2. Test 1 2. Check 1 2.
The Okay. Ain't on the screen yet. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of July 11th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. He's present. He's present. Senator Francis, present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javani James Sr. Present. Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance will meet on Thursday, July 11th, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Invited testifier, Mr. Eugene Jones, Jr., Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Block 2, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Ms. Shelby King Gabby, Esquire, Executive Director, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Block 3, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Office of Cannabis Regulation. Invited testifiers, Ms. H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and Ms. Joanne Moorhead, Director, Office of Cannabis Regulation. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator Samuel Carrion present. He is on Teams with us today. All right, so good morning and thank you to the listening and viewing audience. Today, as we've heard, we will hear from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, as well as the Office of Cannabis Regulation. They will all provide testimony in support and defense of their 2025 budget recommendation submitted by the Chief Executive of the Virgin Islands. This morning, we have the pleasure of hearing from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and we have before us one testifier, Mr. Eugene Jones, the current Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. So, Mr. Jones, I'm going to ask you to please put your name and title on the record.
Eugene E. Jones.
So we have to speak into the mic, yes.
Eugene E. Jones, Jr.,
Okay.
Executive Director.
1 second. Please recognize the mic of Mr. Jones. Go ahead, one more time.
Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director, Housing Finance Authority.
All right. And Mr. Jones, do you have anyone else here with you?
No, I do not.
Okay. So you may proceed with your testimony. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I am.
You may proceed.
Good morning and greetings, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee Chair, members of the committee, of the senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Eugene Jones Jr., and I serve as Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. At your request, we are here to provide an overview of the Virginia Islands Housing Finance Authority 2024 budget request to support our operations. I'll begin with the budget overview. HFA's proposed operating budget for fiscal year 2025 is $26,574,629. This includes $2 million from the general fund and additional revenues from stamp tax collections, home sales, commercial leases, mortgages, federal reimbursements. The authority was projected to receive $5 million in stamp tax revenues for fiscal year 2024, along with another $5 million in fiscal year 2025. At this time, our 2024 allotment, though requested, has not yet been received. By way of background, Virgin Islands Code allows HFA to use 12% of stamp tax revenues for administrative costs, which we have carefully budgeted to approximately $600,000. We also anticipate approximately $1.8 million in home sales, 18 commercial leases at $160,000 per annum, mortgages of $350,000 per annum, and various federal reimbursements from CDBG, CDBG-DR, MIT, Electric Grid, CDBG-CV, ESG, ESG-CV, and home of a little over $21.6 million. Our projected expenditures for personnel services for fiscal year 2025 are a little over $12 million, with $8,619,604 for salaries and $3.8 million for fringe benefits. This represents a decrease of $2.6 million in the fiscal year budget 2024 budget. The budget also includes $107,497 for supplies, $1.2 million for rent, and $9,043,700 for professional services, including consultants, construction management, and website management for all of our programs. We have also budgeted for a system upgrades of $550,000, utilities of $377,500, and other services and charges of $761,772. For the past 15 years, HFA's annual appropriation from the general fund has been $2 million, used solely for salaries and fringe benefits. However, given the rising cost of health insurance premiums and employee retirement contributions, the $2 million today sustains salaries and fringe benefits for 17 employees, representing less than 50% of personnel costs and fringe benefits for all field positions that are not federally reimbursed. This highlights the financial constraints we are currently facing. Human resources. The authority has 94 employees, 59 in St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District, and 35 on St. Croix. The authority currently has 25 vacancies. 25 at a cost of $928,696 are federally reimbursed, while 6 are subsidized by the general fund at a cost of approximately $641,808. As HFA is a non-unionized agency, all employees are classified as exempt and/or regular. For this calendar year, the authority has executed 11 internal promotions, onboarded 7 new hires, and processed 11 separations, which includes 1 retirement and 10 resignations. Federal funding. The Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, is a HUD formula allocation grant based largely on population, poverty levels, and housing market data. The primary objective of the CDBG grant is to help facilitate the development of viable urban communities by providing decent housing, suitable living environments, and expanded economic opportunities. The territory's CDBG allocation for fiscal year 2024 is $1.8 million. We have received 20 applications for the 2024 grant funds. CDBG staff have vetted the applications, and the recommended projects will be submitted to HFA board for approval. The amount that will be awarded to projects will be $1,443,749.60, which will be divided equally between the 2 districts, $721,874.80 per district. The Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, is also a HUD formula Allocation Grant, which is used primarily for the rehabilitation or conversions of buildings for use as homeless shelters, street outreach services for the unsheltered and transient communities, homelessness prevention and rapid rehousing services, and the administration of the Homeless Management Information System. The territory ESG allocation for fiscal year 2024 is $149,531. This program has 2 years to obligate the funds. Next, the Community Development Block Grant, CARES, CDBG-CV, and Emergency Grant Solutions, CARES, ESG-CV. Under the Federal CARES Act, jurisdictions are awarded supplementary Community Development Block Grant, CDBG funds, specifically to prevent, prepare, and respond to COVID-19 pandemic. The territory was awarded a total of $2.8 million. In response to 2 rounds of solicitations for proposals, 19 applications totaling $4.2 million were received, and 10 were approved for funding for a total of $2.8 million, including Project Promise and Community First on St. Croix, Family Resource Center and Community Action now on St. Thomas, along with St. John Rescue, CDBG-CV drawdowns as of June 14, 2024, total $191,334.08. The deadline for the use of the CDBG-CV funds is September 2026. ESG-CV funds were used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19 crisis, specifically for persons who are homeless or receiving homeless assistance, or to expand homeless assistance / homeless prevention activities to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. Funding allocations for ESG-CV program total $1.65 million. 6 organizations, Catholic Charities, St. Thomas St. John, Meeting the Needs of Our Community, MTOC, Department of Human Services, St. Croix Mission Outreach, Women's Coalition of St. Croix, and Liberty Place were funded for 9 projects implementing various activities ranging from emergency shelter operations and essential services, homelessness prevention, rapid rehousing, street outreach, and program administration expenses. The deadline for expenditures of ESG and CV project funds was September 2023. The final drawdown deadline was April 30th, 2024. The final amount expanded was $1,348,778.31. All activities under this grant except final reporting have not been finalized. Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The territory has received $17.8 million through ERA-1 and ERA-2 grants, which provide essential support to eligible residents who face financial challenges during and after COVID-19 pandemic. This assistance spans up to 18 months and covers rental, utility, and other expenses related to housing. As of May 31st, 2024, HFA has not only committed $12.7 million, but has also dispersed over $11.9 million. The impact is tangible, with over 1,800 applications processed and over $8.6 million distributed in rental and utility aid. In 2023, HFA introduced a Housing Stability and Eviction Prevention Services program through Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, dispersing $371,812 to help residents maintain or secure housing. It's worth noting that these funds will remain available until September 30th, 2025. Homeownership Fund Program. A positive development under the American Rescue Plan Act is the allocation of $8.5 million to the Virgin Islands through the Homeowner Assistance Fund, HAF. This program provides critical post-pandemic support to homeowners, covering a range of housing costs such as mortgage payments, principal reduction, foreclosure prevention, property taxes, homeowners insurance, and more. Further, HFA's homeownership division offers counseling to homeowners in financial distress. Eligible homeowners within the territory may receive up to $65,000 in financial assistance. To qualify, homeowners must demonstrate financial hardship experienced after January 21st, 2020, including factors like job loss, reduced income, or substantial health care expenses related to COVID-19. In addition, applicants must own and occupy the property as their primary residence. The applicant's total household income cannot exceed 150% of area median income based on HUD's income data, and the property must be located in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The application process is accessible on vihfa.gov. As of May 31st, 2024, HFA has approved a total of 114 applications and has dispersed financial assistance totaling $2.1 million. This financial aid is accessible until September 30th, 2026. CDBG-DR Mitigation and Electrical Grid. HFA remains a grantee of the CDBG-DR Mitigation and Electrical Electrical Grid Fund. As you are aware, the Office of Disaster Recovery provides programmatic management of the DR-related projects. As of June 21st, 2024, the balance of the CDBG-DR grant funds was $774.8 million, with $27.3 million budgeted for planning and administration. $612 million of the program funds were budgeted for ODR's programmatic oversight. All costs, as indicated on the subrecipient agreement, are determined to be active delivery costs. There was a slight uptick in the expending rate due to ODR transition, and we expect this trend to continue with the forecasted fiscal year end expended rate of 47%. Mitigation funds, MIT. The mitigation grant, unlike disaster recovery, are for activities that increase resilience to disasters and eliminate the long-term risk of loss of life, injury, damage to and loss of property, and suffering and hardship by lessening the impact of future disasters. This 12-year grant allocation, which expires in 2035, is $774,188, of which infrastructure and public facilities receive $418 million, housing $192 million, economic resilience and revitalization $76 million, while the remaining $86 million is set aside for public services, planning, and administration. MIT's successful launch took place in January 2024. During our launch, we also initiated a notice of funding availability in the economic resilience and revitalization sector, with the applications due April 2024. Of the 81 applications received, our initial review clearly outlined 18, totaling $13.2 million that immediately align with the program's goals. The teams continue to vet the remaining 40. Among other things, these projects contribute to territory industrial expansion, such as those focused on agriculture, manufacturing, or specific tourism sectors, focus on revitalization efforts in commercial and industrial districts, designated neighborhoods, and disadvantaged communities, or are owned and operated by women and minority businesses. We have had two substantial amendments submitted to HUD. The first was approved by HUD for the propane infrastructure acquisition of WAPA for $145 million. I'm here to tell you that HUD approved $100 million for the first voucher to pay VTOL, and we're working on the remaining $45 million. The second amendment submitted on May 7th primarily addresses the Veterans Drive Mitigation Improvement Project to mitigate flooding and erosion, reduce congestion, and enhance access to community lifelines. This project request is $124.4 million. Electric grid. With the electric grid grant, total program and activity delivery budget is $67.6 million, of which $53 million will be awarded to the WAPA for additional generators at its Estate Richmond power plant on St. Croix, and $10 million committed to the Community Electrical Innovations Program. Electric grid funds must be used to enhance or improve the electrical power systems of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The grant also seeks to increase the resilience of the electrical power system to future disasters and to address the impacts of climate change. In April, the Energy Solutions Program has several outreach sessions to gather valuable insight from the community on how best to utilize the funding from the Innovations Program. Based on that feedback, Our initiative will be rolling out later this month in partnership with the Virgin Islands Energy Office to assist entities that serve the most vulnerable populations in our community. We are excited to partner with both the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and the Virgin Islands Energy Office on these initiatives to also help improve the electrical power system for the people of the Virgin Islands. In closing, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the esteemed committee for the opportunity to present HFA budget. Also extend my deepest thanks to the entire HFA staff for their tireless work and dedication that make our vital mission possible. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Jones. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. Mr. Jones, in your testimony on page 7, I need some clarification. You shared that we have had 2 substantial amendments submitted to HUD, and the first was approved by HUD for the propane infrastructure acquisition at WAPA for 145.
That is correct.
So what does that really mean, though? What does that really mean for us?
So what happened is that now we're able to pay VTOL $100 million to acquire the generators that they have.
Slow down a second. Say that again.
So probably about a year and a half ago, HUD set aside roughly $145 million to disperse to VTOL and also to reimburse OMB $45 million to reestablish their credit that they've given to WAPA. And so we just got word just a couple of days ago that we submitted 2 vouchers, one for $100 million to pay VTOL, and we submitted another voucher to recapture the $45 million that OMB took from their credit line to assist WAPA to pay their bills.
So your testimony basically says to us today that the $145 million and the $45 million that we established here in the legislature for the line of credit is approved?
Yes.
And when was that approved?
It was approved. The first $100 million was approved just yesterday. We
So
hope to pay VTOL by tomorrow.
Okay,
And
good.
the $45 million, I'm waiting for HUD to give us the okay on the $45 million. We just have
So-
one more document to
So
get
VTOL has received $45 million as a result of the,
They will tomorrow.
they've gotten the 45 already.
No, let me repeat myself.
No, stay with me.
Okay.
So this body, we approved a line of credit for the GVI to pay the initial $45 million.
Yes, ma'am.
The entire bill was $145. So now the entire $145 is approved. That's correct?
The $100 million has been approved. I'm waiting for HUD
Just
to.
yes or no? The $145 million is approved.
No. I don't want to mislead you,
Okay.
Chairman. The $100 million, we split it in 2 vouchers because HUD had asked us to put it in 2 vouchers. We put the $100 million in a voucher. HUD approved that yesterday.
$100 million.
$100 million.
Okay.
We have another voucher that is sitting at HUD right now for approval. Hopefully we'll get that today for the $45 million.
Got it.
Okay?
So the $100 million is approved.
$100 million
So
is
you
approved.
intend to receive, to pay VTOL the $100 million ASAP.
That is correct.
All right. So that's good news for the Virgin Islands that we are able to get that moving. And when do we anticipate seeing the additional 45 approved so we can now pay off line of credit, and then we can actually use those funds as for the matching requirements for some of our other disaster-related projects.
And to answer your question, hopefully by today.
Today
no
as
later
well.
than tomorrow. I'm
Okay,
keeping my
so-
fingers crossed on that.
Okay, perfect. All right, so I want to congratulate you for
Thank you.
getting this done because
My staff really came to the plate and helped and
Great.
assist.
because this has been an Achilles heel for us. We've approved this 45 million for quite some time, and this discussion around the 100 million has been going on for quite some time. So congratulations to you and your staff. So colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewed and listening audiences, staff, central staff, good morning. Edie
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
and thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Let me go to your testimony right quick before I go to the post-audit report. You spoke to, in your budget overview, you spoke about the different categories in which you receive funding. And you did a breakdown in respect to your stamp tax revenues and other areas. But you said your stamp tax, you did not receive it thus far?
That's correct. We submitted the request to OMB, and we have not received it yet.
And that's anticipating of some $5 million?
Yes, sir.
What the time frame in which you do receive those funds? What's the time period in which you should receive those funds?
I can't hear you, Senator.
What the time period in which you should receive those funds?
It could be any time. I've made an inquiry to OMB that said that we haven't had a chance to process it, so I'm just waiting.
That's a problem. That's unacceptable. We'll follow up with that.
Thank you.
You stated that you have 25 vacancies, and you have onboarded 7 new hires, but you had 11 separations and 1 retirement and 10 resignation. How does that affect your operations in respect to assuring that our community get the services they deserve?
Well, it stretches our staff to the limits because we have to double up and we have to fill in for those positions. The sad thing about it is that we recruit. Most of them are in the process right now. We'll probably fill about half of those before the end of this month. They're on that process. What we're trying to do is create stability. I just asked for our procurement staff to do a compensation study and looking at salaries. But also we need to start recruiting here in the territory, especially at the universities, and trying to create some type of, what's the word I want to use, internship program, so we can start making sure that we can recruit and that we can look down the line in the next 5 to 10 years. And so based on new leadership, staffing, I think we're going to get there. We've been pressing for that. I know talent is there, but we want to make sure that we can get the best talent and provide the best services at HFA.
Okay, very well. Let me go to your grants very quick. You spoke to your grant for the ESG program, Emergency Solution Grant, and you also spoke to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. In respect to the Emergency Solution Grant, I believe you said you were awarded $2.some million, but you gave out 1.3
1 minute.
million. Why is that? Because I know with that grant, it was so critical in respect to many individuals being able to get some type of a sheltering from private areas, etc. Why wasn't a whole $2+ million used?
The sad thing about that, Senator, is the process and the complication when it comes to the red tape. If you don't have this piece of paper this way, it stops you. And then you have the people that are very frustrated because they had it or have it or it's not in the right
30
form.
seconds.
And they get discouraged. And so we're still going through that process, but that's why it should be a lot more than what's there. And so I need to take a look at it again.
Please, because I believe with many of these federal programs, especially when it comes to housing, they have self-attestation with many of them, whereas they understood and know that people lose stuff going through hurricanes, etc.
That's correct.
Please, we look at that because that's very important. Also, with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, can you break down the $8.6 million that was utilized, thus distributed thus
Time.
far? How much went toward rental and how much went toward utilities?
I don't have that on top of my head, but I can get that to you and tell you exactly what went to rental. Probably most of it went to rental off the top of my head, but I can give you that breakdown, Senator.
And in closing, Madam Chair, if I may, the Homeowners Assistance Fund program that was allocated $8.5 million, and that's another critical program for homeowners, etc., in assisting them with principal reduction, foreclosure, prevention, property taxes, homeowners insurance, etc. Also, can you provide a breakdown on that of that for us? Also, we'd appreciate that to
Absolutely.
see exactly where our people are hurting and where those funds are going. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for my time. I don't want to abuse my time because I know we have a long day, but thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thank you for your responses.
May I add something to that, Chair?
Absolutely.
The issue is that we haven't built enough homes, as you know. We're trying to get that taken care of on St. Thomas and St. Croix. We need to have more town hall meetings, and we need to get out there in the community because there's an opportunity here, especially on both islands and on both territories, to try to ramp up this opportunities. We got to sit there and start thinking about not just single family homes for home ownership. We got to think about rental. We got to think about some other opportunities when it comes to container homes, corrugated homes, whatever we can do that's cost effective but also sustain those hurricanes. That's what we're looking for. We're in a stretch right now. You know, we have all this resource and all this funding. Now we got to start building what we said we're going to build because we haven't built anything in the last 5 years. And so I have a laundry list that we need to start providing. And I also encourage a board chair to come and visit with us and walk, and I'll show you exactly what we're looking at, what we need to be transparent and let you know what's going on. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your response. I want to go back to the question that the previous speaker asked with regards to the stamp taxes. What's the impact on the non-receipt of the stamp taxes to your programs?
Well, it's detrimental because if we wanted to use that for development, we want to do that for acquisition. It prevents us from doing that in that period of time, and so that's the effect right now. In providing those services to the territory and to who we serve, we can create some other different types of programs, especially ramp up homeless initiatives on the territory on all three islands.
I asked
So,
that for a
yes.
reason because, you hear a lot of conversation about, the challenges that we have with homelessness, the challenges that we have with housing shortages, etc. But if we're not going to get the minimal amount of money that we need to push these programs forward, then all we're doing is talking. All we're doing is providing lip service. All we're doing is it briefs well. It sounds good. But when you drill down and you peel back the layers and you see what's really happening here, it's extremely concerning.
Right, and I agree with you, Chair.
Yes.
It's we talk, but we don't have anything that's tangible that we can point to and say, look,
Yes.
because of this budget, this is what we created here, and this is what we're going to do in the other places. And so we're in a mode set now, Chair. I'm pretty sure by this time next year, this presentation to you will be quite different because you're going to see some tangible results. You're going to see housing. You're going to see homelessness, hopefully eradicated. I've looked around this island. I've seen same people walking around, but it's just not just a shelter and the housing. It's also the mental health, the social services that we have to keep because homelessness is in three categories. There are people who should not be homeless, but because they lost a job, they're near homelessness, they just need to one up. You have the alcoholism, you have the addiction, that's number two, and then you have the mental health. You need to provide services for all three categories and also create a way in which I think HFA, we talked about how to keep people from going homeless. And we don't ever address that, and we need to start looking at that in a big way and work with our collaborators here on the territory.
Yeah, and I know, I'm here trying to find it. I'm going to look for it and come back to it. But there's this program that's currently sitting. It's a new program that I saw in the news a few days ago. Yeah, buy a lot, build a home.
Build a home.
Yeah, I'm like, why is that sitting under the Office of Disaster Recovery and not under Housing Finance Authority? I'm at a loss, like how are we really aligning things here? Do you know?
But to be fair, Chair, we work in collaboration. We just don't have it on our purview, but we still have a responsibility to assist ODR and anyone on this territory to provide housing. And so I couldn't tell you, we do meet. We just met just a couple of days ago on St. Croix to talk about just what you're bringing up. And so hopefully we'll come up with a plan. But again, it's talk. Now we need to provide to the territory publicly transparency what we are doing and the dates that we're asking for these things to be done and getting the community involved into those processes.
Well, I just see that I've experienced many hurricanes here, unfortunately, and I know that an Office of Disaster Recovery or Public Assistance, that office is really set up for the purposes. It's not an office that is enacted by law.
That's correct.
It's an office that's basically set up for the purposes of ensuring that we are able to move our disaster recovery along. But when we see a program of this magnitude sitting in there, it's concerning to me. I know that there have been challenges with Housing Finance Authority over the years, but I'm thinking that under your leadership, an opportunity should be given for you to actually run the program because of what I said earlier.
Sure.
As far as from a jurisdictional perspective, I find it to be very inappropriate.
I think it has evolved, Chair. Now, I was in Hurricane Katrina before and after. I guess as a result of what happened in Hurricane Katrina, you have disaster recovery, because there was no disaster recovery back in the day. It was only FEMA and HUD. And so looking at the processes now, I can see that this is a benefit right now based on the hurricane season, what you've gone through and so forth, but we just need to collaborate more in which we're trying to do, and I think we're going to have some great results, but not the talk, but some tangible results.
Well, I pray that it's my fervent hope that that's what we're going to see, because we've been at this for 7 years.
Yes.
Senator James? Senator Graff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Identify your mic. Okay, no, thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifier, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. Jones, E.D. Jones, how long have you been here now?
3 glorious months.
Jesus, bread. Welcome.
Thank you.
Baptism by fire. Okay, I need to get the housing chair to have you down here so we could really indulge with you. But right now, I want to address the budget issue.
Sure.
You have a copy of the post-audit report?
I have it right here in front of me. What page are you on?
On page 4, it says 96 employees. You mentioned in your testimony 94. It says 96 filled positions at a total of 8 million. Well, to include 25 vacant positions, 8,619,604.
Right.
In the 24 budget, where you don't have, the post-audit report said you had 122 filled positions. So
Well, go ahead,
again,
Senator.
that's before your time, but again, what is your accurate number actually of positions? 94, 96, or what? Filled positions.
I want to say it's 96 because we just had a resignation. I want to say it's 94. We just had a resignation, so it reduced it down to 94. So that's the number I'm going with.
Okay. So 94 based on your testimony.
That's correct.
Okay, so now with 94.
Now, you know that fluctuates, Senator, because today somebody can be added on, or someone can be taken off. And so right now, as I testify, I'm saying 94, but when I leave here, it could be 95, it could be 96.
No, I'm happy with that. And,
Okay.
why I'm saying that because, again, I want to make sure in budgeting
Absolutely.
that we're covering all your numbers that you're looking at.
Thank you, Senator.
So, now you mentioned in terms of you have all exempt employees. Have you had a chance to sit down with them and find out the actual worth in terms of, you say you're doing an assessment to check out wage increases.
Right. So I've already met with all the staff on both islands. I had all staff meetings. I just had two last week, one in St. Croix and one in St. Thomas. And we sit there and we talk about issues that were going on. There's always salaries going to be one, office accommodations, those kind of things that mean a lot to the staff is that you're open, you communicate. And so we had those conversations and they're generally happy, but they also want some action about looking at salary compensation and
Right.
fairness and equity.
And rightfully so. Okay, so, incidentally, did you have anything to do with
1 minute.
the VTOL transaction that we're getting this money now? Did you have anything to do with it in your 3 months?
Yes, I did.
So in terms of having to do with it, would we say that in your 3 months, you became the factor that made it happen? I hate to put you on the spot, but
It was my staff that made it happen
Good.
as I've been
Okay,
here for
that's
3
one.
months. Okay,
Okay, so in the 3 months, you and your staff made it happen.
that's correct.
30
Okay,
seconds.
good. Now, finally, do you have your actuals for 2024 with you now, so I could know we're in the fourth quarter of 2024 budget, so I can actually see what you have expended thus far?
So all we have, what we presented was as of 4/30/24. As you know, when it comes to accounting, there's how you post and how we gather and how we transact and how we debit and credit and everything. So we only have as of April. I can provide you for
Time.
May and maybe June, but probably no more than probably May.
Okay, because I also wanted to look at in terms of how you're expending your money, personnel, fringe, other services
That
and
we're on
charges,
budget or we're all over budget.
supplies,
Okay.
utilities, all of those things are like if you could provide
Yes,
to the
sir.
chair. Okay? So we
Okay.
can look at what you have before. So going forward, when you come before us and to say, hey, I need more money for wage increases, then we could say, hey, based on your expenditures, based on your production, we could if we have to.
You know
Thank
what,
you.
Senator, and I appreciate that. I don't like to beg. I like to try to find out a way in which not come to the legislature for money, because I see that there's some holes in what we're trying to do. We don't have any outside resources like philanthropic dollars for the things that we do, and trying to look at some of these other entities that provide resources from like HHS, Department of Defense, Veterans Administration. So we're looking at the whole totality of how we can bring more resources in the territory that has been needed for all these years, including the disaster recovery money.
Right. And thank you. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So, Director, we annually appropriate $2 million as a matching requirement, matching to support your federal funds.
Yes.
So basically what I would need to see, I think that's what Senator DeGraff asked for, but I want to make sure that we're clear on that, is we need to see how the $2 million is expended. I recalled you speaking to some $642,000 as a subsidy of the local funds that's tied to your current vacancies. So that's 642, so you still have 1.4 left.
So I have a surprise for you, Chair. I have a copy that tells you about the $2 million.
Okay, perfect. Did I get that?
Yes, you can.
Can someone get that? No, not you, sir, not you. Someone will come and get it. Yes,
Okay.
we'll make a copy. Okay, all right, we're going to go to the next senator as we take some time and look at that.
See, I watched last year's testimony, Chair,
Okay,
so I was prepared.
you're brilliant, man. Yeah. Preparation is key.
Yes.
I'll tell you a little secret about myself. So when I became a senator, I actually went back and looked at many of the hearings just to see how hearings are conducted to make sure that I was on point.
Yes.
So that's what
It helps.
it helps you to be prepared.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry. Well, go ahead, Senator Fonseca.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Pleasant good morning. Greetings to the listening audience. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Eugene Jones,
Thank you.
the new Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. You know, Mr. Jones, I want to start out, right, with the optics, the optics of what's happening here. You know, your department is 90 employees, and you're here alone. So the optics, says something, and I have to question that about you. Who is the assistant director? Who is your assistant director?
There's no assistant director.
Who is your assistant?
I have an executive assistant. Her
Who
name
is second in command of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority? No, don't laugh. It's a serious question.
No, I'm not laughing. It's just that it's broken up differently. I have a chief operating officer.
Mr. Jones,
And that's
who
Dr.
is
Berry.
second in command of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority? Who is second in command? That's a clear question.
A chief operating officer, Dr. Stephanie Berry.
Okay, Dr. Berry. Okay, good. You know, I'm gonna give you a little bit of advice because we had a situation with WAPA just a few years ago where a new executive director came in. It was a troubled agency, and he spoke about transparency. But in the actions here with the legislature, there was a lot of items that he did not present. And now, WAPA eventually got worse, and now the legislature is finding out a lot of things that Mr. Smith didn't report to us. Like, for example, the maintenance of the generators was 10 years old. That's what the new turnover group is saying. So my advice to you is that since you're using the word transparency, please be transparent. Okay? Because the legislature, we're going to question you and we're going to find out. We know that this agency has a lot of issues. So get your accounts and your audits up to date because it's a problem agency and you're coming in new. Because what's going to happen, right? Eventually, if you don't lay it all out on the line so the legislature can see all of your problems, you are going to inherit it and you are now going to be the owner of the problems. So your job, I'm giving you advice, if you want to improve, lay out all the issues. When you come before Senator Blyden's committee, you lay out all the issues and let's get, going. Okay, because we're here to help. Call a spade a spade. Okay, so your accounts payable to contractors. I was trying to find that number. I didn't find it in your testimony. Do you have your accounts payable to contractors?
I think that's on page 18 of 19
Okay.
on the contractor.
Okay, I'll get it. So let me ask you, your planning and construction division.
1 minute.
I want to go into your planning and construction division. What is your average time to pay your contractors and the subcontractors? What is the average time? 30 days, 60 days?
60 days.
60 days. And how have you been doing on that? Are you been paying the contractors within 60 days?
Well, we've been paying them in 60 days, the ones that we know that we can pay. If we have a dispute with that, then we have to go through a dispute mechanism, but we try to get them paid within 60 days.
30 seconds.
Okay, so you have $1 million of total accounts payable to contractors. That's what you're saying here on page 18 of 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
I mean,
LNF
that's not what is outstanding. It's what we have contracts with that we pay.
Okay, so LNF Enterprises, do you have a balance outstanding for them? Fritz Loret's Apartments.
Hold on.
You don't know. You don't have that.
Hold on. No, I'm just trying to get to the page. Senator.
Time.
Page 18 of 19.
Okay, which one?
That's
LNF Enterprises?
Yeah. LNF Enterprises. Do you have an outstanding balance? See,
Yeah, we have an outstanding balance of $12,860.
okay, here's what I'm going to do through the chair. Can you provide me the listing of outstanding balances you owe to the contractors and the days outstanding?
Absolutely.
List of outstanding balances to the contractors and the days outstanding. Now, this one is 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, etc. And thank you
Absolutely.
very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time. And I wish you good luck.
Thank you for the
Like I
recommendation,
said,
Senator.
Please be transparent when you come before Marvin Blyden's committee so that we can help you. Don't try to hide. Thank you. And get your audits up and current.
I don't hide, but thank you, Senator. I appreciate those comments.
Blessing.
All right, so the sheet that you shared,
Yes,
so these are the positions that are funded locally?
that's correct.
So these are 100% funded locally?
That's correct. And so the reason why it's not exactly at $2 million because there's some vacant positions.
Because I was going to tell you, if I could take back the 100,000, you know I'm coming.
I knew you was going to say that, Chair.
So what the vacancy is?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but there's a couple of vacancies, and I can get that to you, Senator.
Okay, so that should have been here. So this listing is not inclusive of the vacant positions then?
But it doesn't mean that we're going to fill those positions either. We may not find someone to fill those
Okay,
positions.
so what we need to get from you is an updated position listing, whether the positions are vacant or filled.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, not a problem.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for being here. It's very unusual in a budget hearing, somebody come down here by themselves, so you have a lot of confidence, so that's good.
I have confidence in myself and confidence
I
in my
wasn't for you
staff.
to respond. Thanks, though.
Thank you.
As far as the home ownership coordinator, I saw where you have several of them, right? You have home ownership coordinator 2, home ownership coordinator 2 as well, and the next 2 other home ownership coordinator 3, and a director of home ownership. I'm just trying to find out from you, since we can't tell which ones are vacant, do you have any vacancies for home ownership coordinators?
No, they're all filled. And those positions, the reason why I know that is because we had a great homeownership event on St. Croix and also on St. Thomas.
And that's where I'm leading to. As far as your budget for FY 2025, I know that you have it structured and what have you, but how much of your budget goes towards the home ownership program?
How much does, it's really the staffing, the number of staffing.
Specifically
and then
staffing?
It's just staffing and supplies and commitment when we host an event like at the colleges at the Virgin Islands.
Do you have a budget for advertising and marketing for that program?
We do. We know exactly what we
So
have
what
to
is the
spend.
amount? What is the amount?
The amount?
Based on the FY 2025 budget.
Probably no more than $20,000.
You sure about that? You want to fact check?
Well, I can fact check it, but I know it's going to be no more than $20,000
How do you know that?
because I know what it takes to put an event together and what those two events put together.
Are we talking about we're talking about a budget here, right? And I want to make sure that when we pass a budget and you have these programs that we have it allotted. I don't want a pie in the sky dream. I need to know for sure how much is going towards a home ownership program if you want to take home ownership serious in the Virgin Islands. So do you have it factored in the budget? Yes or no?
So my answer is $20,000. Yes.
All right. So $20,000 towards the home ownership program. And as far as the office for the home ownership program, that's on St. Croix or St. Thomas, or is it on both islands?
Both islands, sir.
But the main office, of course, is St. Thomas.
Yes.
That's where you have the director of home ownership?
Yes.
So within that whole home ownership division, how many individuals you have working in that division?
5.
Can you list those positions based on the FY 2025 budget?
Not off the top of my head, but I can get that to you.
Well, please. I'd like to request
fact-
through the chair.
I'll send you the organizational chart of home ownership.
Yes, because I need
How
to have
about
a
that?
clear idea, because even though you spoke about being prepared, I'm not knocking you. I want to make sure as we speak about this budget, home ownership is very serious in the Virgin Islands.
1
We
minute.
saw it heavily on the campaign trail. And much respect to the governor of Virgin Islands, but our people really need homes.
I'll
You
see an
know?
organizational chart, Senator. Thank you. That was a great question.
Please do. And then as far as federal funds, do you receive any federal funds towards this home ownership program? And if so, how much?
It's under the CDBG program, and we also have an operating program of home ownership. We budget for home ownership, what we're going to pay for our staff for home ownership, and then the incidentals when it comes to expenses, how we put on programs.
No, but I asked how much total. Do you know off the top of your head
30 seconds.
when it comes to the federal funds?
Not at all.
So I would like to request through the chair as well, how much of his budget is federally funded when it comes to home ownership. I know we have an obligation to do so on a local level, hence why we're having this budget hearing. But we need to know that you're fully equipped to carry out these programs. If not, we're spinning and spinning in circles. Do you agree?
Thank you very much.
All right. And then as far as your on page 5, I can't remember which, and then the report, I saw where you have several
Time.
contracts and listing. Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I could just finish this last question. I saw where,
What page are you on, Senator?
I'm trying to find it here. I will just send it to you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I will send it to you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
I want to make sure that all of us understand what the $2 million that we appropriate on an annual basis is used for. Based on my question that I asked earlier, because the only thing that we appropriate to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is give or take $2 million.
That's correct.
And that $2 million, the purpose of those funds, you utilize those funds for home ownership coordinators, planning and construction, a director of home ownership, assistant director of construction, etc. So this is how the local government is supporting the home ownership program, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to make sure we're clear on that because I don't
Correct.
want
On
the
the record.
information to be skewed here. You have construction managers, rental property managers, etc. Salaries, correct?
Correct.
Because you responded with regards to marketing, and we do not provide any funding on a
marketing.
local level for the marketing of your respective programs. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
All right. The $5 million that you are to receive from the stamp taxes, what the purpose of those funds are to do what? And this is just for clarification purposes.
Is to provide resources, do acquisitions, and facilitate some other programs that we have that have not been funded or cannot be funded. And so we use that to do those types of programs, as we had talked about the homeless population and some
Correct.
other supportive services that we need to do.
But that's not budgeted. That's by law. I can't remember the collection. Okay, the stamp tax. A portion of the stamp tax goes to you for those purposes. However, the $2 million that we appropriate is tied to these salaries and nothing else.
That's correct.
Thank you. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, good morning to my colleagues, and good morning to the people of Virgin Islands. Good morning to you, Mr. Jones,
Good morning.
Executive Director.
Good morning.
Just a quick question. What's the rationale or your reason for just showing up by yourself? It's not usual, so I was just curious.
Well, my staff said the same thing, and I'm the executive director. I'm supposed to be a responsible person. I'm very confident on my responses, but also my staff have prepared me, and I wanted to show them that because they prompted me and I did my homework, that I can come here and represent HFA in the best way possible.
Very well. Well, welcome to the position.
Thank you.
I do have a few questions regarding your grant. Or let me ask you this before I go to the grant portion. and I apologize if a question was asked previously. Outstanding payments to vendors, where are you regards to that?
Oh, say that
And
again,
what's your
Senator.
latest outstanding payment? Outstanding payments to vendors?
We're about 60 days. We try to pay all our vendors within 60 days. And so it has been asked that I give a matrix of all the contracts that we have and to explain what are 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days out to pay. And I'll provide that to this committee.
Beautiful. And do you know the number, how much you guys owe currently?
We're over, I don't want to estimate, I don't want to guess, but I don't know off the top of my head, Senator. I apologize. But I can get that to you when we give that document.
And that's why it's important to have your CFO, your financial person, present with you, because there's a lot of things that you might not be able to say from the top of your head, but your team can access that information or have it readily available and provide it to you or respond on your behalf. This is a budget hearing, and those are kind of things that we are interested in hearing. Even though I do understand that what we appropriate is just a fraction of the funds that you manage within your budget.
Thank you, Senator.
So, also, with regards to the federal grants, which ones do you have any that are in jeopardy?
So repeat that question again, Senator.
Your federal grants, any that are in jeopardy of expiring?
No, not at this point.
Not at this point. Have you submitted extensions for
1 minute.
None of the grants right now that we have are in need of any extension.
Okay. And going back to regards to the application process, you mentioned your testimony about 20 applications. What do you think is the reason for the type of response that we're getting or interest? And are you guys providing any assistance to the applicants in these processes?
It's just too complicated. It's too much red tape. You have to have this document. You have to have that document.
30 seconds.
Then you also have, once you put that together and you put it together, you have a HUD compliance team that comes back over there and looks at it and says, no, this didn't qualify. So we're trying to put ourselves in a position that we don't have to have our funding recaptured because we made a mistake. But again, I would like to add, some of these programs that HUD has put together just don't work because the ones who figures this out are not practitioners.
Time.
You could continue your response.
I'm just saying they're not practitioners, so they really don't understand how these programs work when you have to implement them, and they don't get all the different variables in order to make this program successful.
Well, I'm sure if I can, just one last question.
You can proceed, Senator.
Oh, thank you. What from the budget has you concerned? I know you haven't been there for too long. You're still trying to adjust and understand everything. What is most concerning to you, alarming, or like our good senator from St. Croix usually says, what keeps you up at night?
We got to build housing, and we got to build fast. That's what keeps me up at night, how to figure that out, and how to make it cost-effective so we can get a two for and not just onesies. If we can get two for the price of one, that's what we're looking for. But we got to start building. We got to start building quickly. That's what keeps me up at night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you for your responses. So let's just get back to the personnel services. So under the $2 million that we appropriate, you shared with us that you have 1.9 position filled. What are the vacancies that's under this program, under the local funding?
What other positions are vacant?
Yeah, what are those positions? Because the number that is coming back to does not come back to the 1.9, and we are, to the 2 million, and we are looking for ways to save and divert funds if we can,
Right.
because, you know, our revenues are tight. So I need to be clear on whether or not there is a true need for the entire $2 million. That's what I'm trying to establish.
I want to
So-
say one of those positions is an environmental position.
Okay, so we're dealing with a budget. You have to, we need to have that information.
But I'll
clear.
give you that information, Senator,
Yeah.
because I think it's just 2 positions, and I will send that to you.
Okay, so we need to be clear on that.
Sure.
What are those positions that are tied to this budget? So those positions are vacant?
So I will give you the position, the amount, and then I'll explain it to you.
So that
I'll send it
goes
to you.
back to the concern that my colleague just had. You know, we are here dealing with you justifying the $2 million, but in fact, you have to get back to us on the $2 million. That's not sufficient for us.
I apologize.
So outside of that, though, we see that you have a number of leases within the Housing Finance Authority, a lot of leases, actually. You have about 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, about 17 leases, correct?
What page are you on, Senator?
I'm looking at the post-audit report.
You what?
Also, you rent these leases, right? Okay, so
Right.
these are rental
Places
properties.
we lease.
Okay, good. So the question that I have for you is, are these lessees up to date on their payments?
They are up to date.
Okay, so they make their payments on time.
Yes.
And how much money do you generate on an annual basis on these leases?
About 600,000. I think that was in my presentation.
Okay,
On the
600,000.
leases,
And what do you do with those funds?
we use that in order to pay utilities, overhead, expensive, generators, maintenance.
So those funds are used for your operation costs.
That is correct.
Okay. And you have several bank accounts.
We have a lot of bank accounts.
About 26 or 27 bank accounts. Are these bank accounts reconciled?
They're reconciling? Yes, they are. They have to be. They have to comply with our audit that we have to do once a year. Absolutely. And we have to submit this information to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
And what's the status of your financial audits?
Well, we finished 2022. 2023 is almost finished. We should be finished with that by the end of this month, and we'll submit that.
So your 23 audit is being conducted as we speak.
That's correct.
So the 22
It
audit.
is late. It's supposed to be submitted by June 30th, and so we hope we're going to submit it by the end of this month.
So the 22 audit is completed.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if we got a copy. Can you please send a copy?
I'll make
to
sure
the,
you get a copy of that.
please. And you have 9 federal grants,
Yes,
and all of those none of those grants are expiring in fiscal year 25.
no,
And it is your position that you will be able to obligate and expend all of these dollars within the required timeline?
yes.
And these grants are administered. So you have one here that's called so these are many of these are tied to the CARES Act. So these are grants where nonprofits apply. So how do we monitor to ensure that what the funds are awarded for are being utilized? How are we monitoring to ensure that what the funds were issued for are being used for?
We have a program manager that's assigned to track and make sure that those recipients are providing detailed information on the spend down of that grant. And so we monitor that, and we also have to have a compliance monitoring review from HUD to ensure that we're complying with that compliance.
All right.
So we do have a separate program manager.
So that's and you have, do you have any outstanding payments owed to your vendors?
Not that I know of off the top of my head, no, I don't think so.
So
But we will send a copy of those vendors that were out 30, 60, and 90 days.
Okay. And you do have about 6 leases.
Yes,
And these are expiring. I see 1, 2, 3 that's expiring on 9/30. So are these currently in negotiation?
so we're
or
probably in
renegotiation?
negotiations to continue that lease.
All right. So I noticed this year that the recommendation for the stamp taxes is only $1 million. Did you see that?
Pardon me?
The recommendations for the stamp tax proceeds, I almost missed this, is only $1 million.
What page are you on, Senator?
So I'm seeing that came down in the budget book. Correct, Mr. Post Editor? $1 million set aside for the purposes of the stamp tax proceeds. I'm trying to figure out where it is in the budget book. Did you see that?
Nope. I'm looking for it now. Oh, it's a signed page. It's after page 12 and 19. Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority recommended budget as follows: $2 million general fund, 50% of stamp tax proceeds.
Yeah, so we are saying that we are projecting as a government that we are only going to generate $2 million in stamp taxes, because 50% goes to the general fund and 50% goes to HFA. And usually it's about $500,000. It's usually $5 million.
$5 million.
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw this or you're aware of this, but we need to have a deeper dive discussion with the government's financial team regarding this $1 million.
Okay.
Because this will woefully impact the work that you're doing.
Yes.
And then the First Time Home Buyers Act, we made an appropriation of $4 million sometime in 2021. Have y'all spent down that money? What's the status of those funds?
The $4 million?
Mm-hmm.
Home ownership?
Mm-hmm. The First Time Home Buyer Program Act. Are you familiar?
Yes, I am familiar.
What's the status of that account and that program?
The account is still open, and we're still trying to, because of the two different homeownership presentations that we made on both islands, we hopefully to get that moving. But the problem, as I stated before, is that we don't have enough homes in order to make them affordable, and so we're still working on that diligently and trying to be very transparent.
Yeah, but this is an issue for us, though. So we passed this legislation in 21, and we thought that, we expected is better, is a better word, that your presentation today would have said that based on Act number 8465, where the legislature appropriated some $4 million for the First Time Program Act, that, this is what the Act has done thus far. And this is what's left in the Act. And what is the HFA, what type of activities HFA is doing around this particular program, this Act, to ensure that we are able to support our community in receiving the subsidies from this program.
And this was in 2021?
Yes, Act
So-
8465.
What did they report on 2022 and 2023?
No, you can't ask me that. You have
Okay.
to ask your staff
I'll
that.
find out.
Yeah. Okay?
Yes.
So that's important.
Okay.
That's missing. Let me see. I'm trying to find. This is roads. Housing parks. All right. Okay. All right, that's not yours. I have a bill here, but I'm trying to figure out what the relevance of it is, so I have to move on from this. Colleagues, I do not have any other questions. I believe that it is paramount important for us to the Housing Committee to have a discussion regarding these programs with the new Executive Director. Senator DeGraff, recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking now at, you don't have the post-audit report for 2024 budget, but I'm looking at the general fund from miscellaneous budget was 2 million, and the stamp tax proceeds 12% admin of 2 million, which came to 240,000. Did you receive 240,000?
In what year?
This is for the 24 budget, the budget that we are on now. So this is prior. So
No.
you were saying
No.
5 million
We did not receive any stamp tax dollars
at all.
at all.
Okay, because you are saying 5 million, but this is saying 12% admin of 2 million is what was appropriated. So 240,000 is what should have been the total projected operating budget, 2,240,000.
So the 240 is used for the operating budget, but we have not received it.
Okay, so again, like I said, we're just looking for the clarification between where you are stating 5 million versus 240,000.
What page is that on?
No, this is the 24 post-audit
What
budget.
page is
You
it?
have it, page 17 of 22. Page 17 of 22, where they have the general fund, FY24 miscellaneous budget, 2 million. Stamp tax proceeds, 12% admin, 2,240,000.
Oh, I don't have that.
A total of 2,240,000 for FY24 subtotal projected operating budget.
Well, the stamp taxes is based on the revenues collected from stamp taxes in that fiscal year. So based on the law, whatever is collected, then 50% goes to HFA and 50% goes to the housing, the general fund. So we would have to look back at the budget book to determine what they are projecting for FY24. Okay? All right. We've exhausted our discussion with Mr. Jones. We're going to allow you a 30-second close, but there's some through the chair requests, correct? So before I allow you to do that, so we need two things from you. We need the updated personnel listing,
Yes.
and I think someone asked for a listing of outstanding balances owed to contractors
Yes.
to include dates. Okay.
Yes.
Plus, I asked for the actual.
Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Yes,
So I can understand what he's asking for.
I asked for the actuals as to how the 2 million have been expended thus far for the 24. So we could see the actuals. The latest actuals. 'Cause I think you had up to April or March or April, something like
Right.
that.
You wanted May. I was going to give you May
Correct.
2024.
Right up to
Right.
the-
I have that.
Okay, good. Thanks.
You recognize for a 30-second close.
I want to say thank you very much for this opportunity to present HFA. I encourage that we sit and we talk and we talk about real things. I like what the senator said about being transparent. We are going to be transparent. What we know and what their issues are, you're going to know also, because I don't want any surprises. I don't want someone to say that, well, HFA didn't tell us, but we could have done something about it. We're not in that position anymore. We need the assistance, we need the help, and we want to make sure that we explain to you in a professional manner about what we're doing to support the territory. And I just say thank you, and I have a great staff, and I appreciate the opportunity of being here on the territory.
All right. And next time when you come in for your budget hearing, bring your supporting cast.
I'm going to bring 20
Yes,
people
please.
here, Chair.
Yeah, you don't have to do that, but make sure that when we're talking financials, that we have a financial person or the designated financial person so they could answer the respective questions. But we look forward to getting the information from you so we can make an informed decision. The committee, we are a little early today. I think our next, I think it's legal services. They won't be here until 11:30, so the committee stands in recess until 11:30. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Ms. Shelby King Gaddy, Esquire, Executive Director, Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. This ends the reading of the second block, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see that we have the officials from the Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. We're going to start with the Executive Director, Attorney Shelby King Gaddy, to put your name and title on the record, and then we're going to ask the gentleman to my right, his left, and then we'll proceed with the other gentleman. But please put your name and title on the record.
Good morning. I am Shelby King Gaddy.
1 second. We're not hearing. Could we turn up the mics a bit? One more time.
Good morning. I am Shelby King Gaddy, the Executive Director for Legal Services of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning. My name is Kenneth Guy, Director of Finance and Administration.
What was that last name again? Guy?
Guy.
Yes.
Good morning. Damian M. Sanders. I am the Managing Attorney and Litigation Director for Legal Services of the Virgin Islands.
All right. And are you prepared for your testimony?
Yes, we are.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Fred Gregory, and all the other members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. Again, I am Attorney Shelby King Gaddy, the Executive Director of Legal Services, and I'm going to, for purposes of this testimony, just refer to Legal Services with the short name of just Legal Services instead of the full name. As has been recognized, I'm accompanied by Attorney Damian Sanders and Mr. Kenneth Guy. We look forward every year to the opportunity to appear before this committee. Get closer. Thank you again for the opportunity to present every year to you and the taxpayers the evidence of our efficient, effective, and fiscally responsible stewardship over the funds that are entrusted to us by the Virgin Islands government. Legal Services continues to be a responsible steward of the taxpayer dollars. And each year, when we receive and report the results of our annual audit, we want to say again this year that it has been delivered as an unqualified or a clean audit. For fiscal year 2024, the governor's budget included $2,007,700 for legal services, and is the exact same amount for 2025. However, legal services, like all other legal aid entities in the United States, are underfunded to meet the growing demand for our assistance. But nevertheless, we're extremely grateful for any of the funds that we've received, especially given the circumstances. And today, as we are here to support our budget request of $2,007,700, the amount that we have received for the last 2 years, allows us simply to maintain the status quo so that we're able to to provide services at the present level of service delivery. And over the past 6 years, I must say that from 2018 to 2024, legal services has been in a continuous rebuilding posture to replace the experienced attorney resources that were lost after the 2017 hurricanes, while we are simultaneously growing in order to meet the needs of the community. Presently, due to the loss of 2 attorneys, the total number of legal services attorneys are 5. There are 3 in the St. Croix office, not including myself, and 2 in the St. Thomas office. When we began fiscal year 2024, we were only seeking to fill 1 attorney vacancy. And this body not only funded that position, but also funded funds for us to pay competitive salaries to attract and retain attorneys. But during this past year, we've made 2 job offers to attorneys. One was declined due to a sudden unexpected family health issue, and the other one was declined due to the attorney making a decision to pursue other career options. Nevertheless, in order to meet the demand, we've determined to restructure and realign job functions by combining the St. Croix managing attorney position with that of the territory-wide litigation director position. We also determined that we would use the technology that allows us to have cases distributed wherever there are available attorney resources, so that if there's a case that comes in St. Croix, it can be handled by a St. Thomas attorney if the available resources are there, and vice versa. Additionally, we implemented a new position called the Grants Compliance Manager. That position allows us to free up our attorney resources so that our attorneys who are project directors for the different grants we have don't have to spend their time doing the administrative function of reporting on the grants. With the technology in place at Legal Services, our intake interviews and limited representation matters can be handled without regard to the district that the client resides in. And again, the compliance manager allows us to free up the resources so that the attorneys can practice and not have to do the administrative function of reporting on grants. While we're still in search of a managing attorney for the St. Thomas office and a staff position attorney in the St. Croix office, we're also in need of a support person to assist the attorneys. Legal Services does use technology extensively to streamline our delivery model and to accommodate teleworking or remote working whenever necessary. To that end, we're in the process of completing a technology assessment to ascertain whether or not we are using our technology in the most efficient manner and whether our technology is completely adequate to achieve the goals based upon our plan of growth. With the realignment of job functions, the Grants Compliance Manager will also be able to assimilate data necessary for grant writing, strategic planning, and creating the development plan. While Legal Services has continued the pursuit of engaging a development professional to create and implement a development plan to increase, diversify, and sustain our funding, the position has not come into existence, but our Board of Trustees have narrowed the role of the consultant to guide the process for creating a development plan, and thus the job duties appropriate for our organization for a development officer. As you may remember, the Senior Medicare Patrol Project was initially implemented in 2018 to assist Medicare beneficiaries, their families, and caregivers to prevent, detect, and report healthcare fraud, the errors, as well as any abuse. As we have a rapidly increasing senior population here in the Virgin Islands who receive other legal assistance from legal services, this program augments those other services. Again, in 2023, we were able to get this this program in place for an additional 5 years. We are now in the second year of that second 5-year funding. One other thing that we've done with the SMP program in collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands, since 2022, we've had a program that allows us to train 52 seniors with basic computer skills and knowledge and how to use the internet and social media. It's resulted in the issuance of over 100 certificates of completion. The seniors then are able to engage in telehealth appointments, as a lot of healthcare professionals are continuing to see them virtually versus in person. And it allows them to continue to eliminate the social isolation that was experienced during the pandemic, where they weren't able to participate in in-person social activities. And while we're cognizant of the government's financial challenges that have been created not only by COVID, as well as we're still feeling the effects of the 2017 hurricanes, the requested funds, again, will only allow us to maintain status quo. And nevertheless, simultaneously, we continue to seek and secure other sources of funding to meet the extraordinary costs associated with providing services to our community. To that end, Legal Services was successful in obtaining funding from the Legal Services Corporation to assess, develop, and implement a transformational pro bono program. The purpose of this program is to engage private attorneys to provide legal assistance to the eligible clients, either free of charge or at a low rate. That increases the attorney resources available to meet the legal needs of our community. Additionally, Legal Services was recently notified that we have been awarded funds to provide legal services to homeless veterans and veterans at risk of homelessness. While the U.S. Constitution guarantees a lawyer when somebody is accused of a crime, there is no such constitutional right when someone is facing a civil action. So, for instance, if you are unable to rectify an unsafe rental situation with your housing, or you're challenged with a wrongful discharge from your job, or you need to obtain a protective order against an abusive spouse, fight for the custody of your children, or secure veterans benefits, and you can't pay for legal assistance, there is no right to an attorney. For those situations, it's very challenging to navigate the legal system on your own. So having legal assistance is crucial to protecting the liberty and justice for all upon which our nation was founded. Legal Services is the equal justice advocate in the territory, and our visionary theme for carrying out the mission is equal access to justice anytime and anywhere. Our mission statement is as follows: to access justice, protect rights, and educate people in poverty in order to empower them to move towards self-sufficiency. Legal Services is a nonprofit, non-governmental 501c3 corporation, and our primary function and our purpose is to provide high-quality civil legal assistance free of charge to persons of low income, the elderly, victims of domestic violence, and other disadvantaged individuals in our territory. We are a public interest law firm for all intents and purposes, and therefore we must adhere to all of the professional responsibility and ethics rules and codes as any other law firm would have to adhere to. Legal Services has done this for the last 55 years in this territory. Legal Services is governed by a 15-member volunteer board of trustees, and its management staff is very efficient, creative, and effective. The attorney advocates and legal support staff have over 40 years of combined legal practice, and they have an excellent reputation in the bar, in the courts, and in the community for providing high-quality civil legal assistance to eligible clients. Over the past year, we've seen an increase in the number of evictions and domestic violence. These matters are in addition to the range of issues typically experienced by persons living in poverty, like employment matters and a wide range of other family law-related matters. A lot of these matters create housing instability, and since 2023, we developed an enhanced eviction prevention services program where we obtain financial assistance and begin to provide housing stability legal services under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Legal Services now is in the final year of the strategic plan that we put in place, and it charted the course of legal services for the next 3 to 5 years in a number of scenarios. We're now ready to expand that. As you may recall, the plan called for us to reimagine a service delivery model so that we would maximize our resources by employing the best tools available for providing these effective and efficient civil legal assistance in our community. So as part of the strategic planning process, a formal comprehensive needs assessment was conducted, and we affirmed that there are still many unmet legal needs in our community. And while we can't meet all of the clients' unmet civil legal needs, we do so on a priority basis. We do so based upon the needs assessment. Those particular areas have been identified as housing matters, health matters, safety, family, elderly and disabled, economic opportunity and security, consumer issues, education issues, and transportation. The reimagined service delivery model that resulted from the strategic planning process is based upon the visionary theme of providing equal access to justice anytime, anywhere. And legal services has a variety of intake methods where clients may reach us. These policies and procedures include in-person intake, telephone and online intake via our website, and then after the intake is completed in real time, clients will be contacted by an attorney within 1 business day. That eliminates the need for scheduling an appointment to have an initial consultation, which could be weeks later. The accessibility has been significantly expanded with the use of our mobile justice units, which are designed to operate as mobile offices, taking attorneys into remote locations of the community to provide on-site legal assistance. The mobile justice units are at pre-scheduled locations in the community each week in both the St. Croix and St. Thomas districts on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And while we operate the mobile justice units to provide service in the community, our physical facilities are also used to meet with clients, with stakeholders, and others. In St. Croix, we have temporarily relocated our St. Croix office and our staff to some leased space near the Sunny Isle area while we undertake a project to complete major repair and mitigation of the damage caused by the hurricanes of 2017 to our building. Madam Chairwoman, I would ask if Attorney Damian Sanders could give a summary presentation of an overview of our cases and other matters handled by legal services, as well as to provide you a few of the success stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Good day, members of the legislature and members of the community that are watching at large. As I was introduced, I'm Damian Sanders. I'm the managing attorney and territory-wide director of litigation for the agency, and I'll be presenting a snapshot of the statistics from 2023 for our organization. During 2023, with the lessening of COVID, we've resumed full scale. We've been doing in-home and hospital visits for our housebound senior citizens and other infirmed persons who are requiring legal assistance. Our office is also operating full scale as well. Both offices, I should say. Intakes are occurring regularly by telephone, online, in person, and at our mobile justice units in the community. We've had an increased community education and outreach program, and we've advanced that to the territory's most vulnerable citizens. Now that COVID has subsided largely, we've been able to get out in the community a lot more. Additionally, the organization has made substantial progress to increase the number of community stakeholders and partners with whom we've participated in collaborative activities. Comparison of legal services case numbers for 2023 with the year 2022 shows an increase of client cases opened in 2023. In 2023, that cases opened increased by approximately 32% over 2022. During 2023, the St. Croix office had 794 cases, while the St. Thomas office had 353 cases, for a total of 1,147 cases for 2023. We believe that this is likely due in part to the hiring of new attorneys and staff, and also retention of qualified attorneys, as well as a streamlining of our intake process and some technological advances. Overall, the organization is witnessing greater numbers actually in 2024 as well as compared to the same time frames in 2023. Intakes have increased by approximately 18% to date this year. Most of legal services clients are senior citizens, especially in St. Croix, followed by the 26 to 45-year-old client cohort. During the first part of this 2024 year, family matters have also surpassed what has traditionally been one of our leading areas, which is estate planning, and are now a predominant case type. We've also observed a dramatic increase in domestic violence cases, 100% increase in 2024 over the same time period in 2023. We'll continue to try to maximize our resources and offer legal advice and counsel, including brief services, to the large majority of our clients. We see that advice and counsel and brief services predominates over actual litigation, in that most clients just need advice or a brief service. And brief service would mean like a transfer of property or a power of attorney or something of that nature. Legal services will engage in full representation, of course, when and where necessary, to ensure that the rights of our clients are protected at all times. The legal service team works hard to ensure that there is equal access to justice anytime, anywhere, adhering to our motto. I've attached and included some charts. The first chart is a breakdown of cases by legal issue. It reiterates what I said about family matters and estate matters predominating. The next chart indicates the clients by age at their intake. And it illustrates what I said, that the age from 60 and over, the seniors, and the cohort from 26 to 45 are the largest groups that we represent. The last chart is a list of cases closed by their level of service, and it reiterates again that the predominant type of case that we see is counsel and advice and brief service or limited action. We also would like to share with you all a few client stories, just to give an idea of some of the cases and people that we represent and what their issues that they're dealing with. The first client story is a client who came to legal services seeking advice in obtaining a restraining order against an abuser. The client had been in a long-term relationship with an individual who physically and emotionally abused the client and the client's family members. The client had left the relationship, and the abuser became enraged by that. The abuser showed up at the client's home and requested to be let inside, and after being refused entry, kicked in the door and became increasingly violent. Police were called to the scene, and the abuser was arrested by the authorities. Legal service took on the representation of the client in the Superior Court and was successful in obtaining the maximum 2-year restraining order against the individual. Legal service also was managed to receive an award of legal fees to be paid by the defendant/abuser to legal services, which is something unique and does not happen very often in our practice. The second case is a client contacted legal service in regard to immigration status and ongoing domestic abuse by the father of the couple's minor child. The client's ex-boyfriend had been leveraging the immigration status as a tool to control our client and was threatening her with deportation. We counseled the client and advised the client about her status and empowered her to file and complete an I-360 VAWA application for status. She was able to do so with our assistance, and we've been advising her on an ongoing basis with her pro se filing, and we believe that it will be successful. Third client story is a client who came seeking advice on initiating a divorce from her husband, who was financially abusing her and was also the father to their minor child. The client was interested in receiving child support and spousal support, otherwise known as alimony. Legal Services advised the client that she might be entitled to spousal support due to their contrasting income, but further advised the client that any support award would only last up to 2 years, which is the statutory threshold here in the Virgin Islands. Legal Services also advised the client that she would need to prove a need for financial assistance from her husband. The client was advised to file for child support with the Office of Paternity and Child Support, and also advised on how the parties' assets and debts would be divided. The client was also referred to the Women's Coalition for additional housing, additional counseling and services. And the last snapshot client story we'd like to share is a foreclosure. Client visited our offices under action, and action had been commenced for a foreclosure in the District Court of the Virgin Islands, and we interceded and represented the client, filed an answer, and the client was allegedly in debt due to a loan, a government loan, that had been improperly calculated and was not being serviced properly. After entering an appearance in the action, the litigation endured a bit, and we had to submit defensive pleadings and engage in motion practice against the government, the U.S. Attorney's Office. But with the help of the U.S. Attorney's Office, the magistrate, we were fortunately able to negotiate a favorable settlement for the client, and the client was able to keep her home, and the loan has been adjusted, and all of the errors and miscalculations have been removed. I also would like to share with you all our outreach. We've been doing a lot of outreach in the community over the course of not just this year, but the past year, and we make our advocates, including our attorneys, available to the community and make presentations in public forums when our presence is requested, but also we are out there trying to make our presence known in addition to that. So just to go through it, I mean, I don't know, it's a fairly long list, and you have it. Would you like me to go through it? I can. If not, it's there for you all. Each month we have a significant amount of activity, at least 2 or 3 activities every month from January through December. Would you like me to go through it?
It's in our package, so we will review it. If we have any questions, we'll ask. Okay?
Thank you. And I'll just highlight a couple activities that are of particular note, just so that the community is aware. We created a video which provides direction and insight on eviction services that we offer and what members of the community should do and steps they should take in the event that they are confronted by an eviction, and also discussing the availability of the ERAP program, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which is ebbing but is open to the community and still, I believe, is funded at this date. In addition, we sponsored a probate CLE to train attorneys on the probate process, and in an effort for our organization to recruit pro bono volunteer members to handle probates for low-income members of the community. And the program was done as part of our pro bono project and our PBIF grant. Lastly, I would just finish with saying that we've had an active presence on the radio. Our executive director is hosting a radio show, and we've been out on the radio as well. Our MJU is out there in the community, usually bi-weekly, with various attorneys and staff trying to get the voice out in the community, and also allowing for access to folks that are in the community and can't get to our office. With that, I'll turn the presentation back to the executive director, and I thank you for your time.
As you can see, our attorneys do more than just go to court and practice law in the office. We're in the community, and we do a number of things so that the community can know exactly what it is that we do, what their rights are in particular matters. So in closing, and as we go forward, Legal Services continues to seek ways to maximize our efficiency, effectiveness, and the quality of service while serving as many clients as possible. So the requested funding in the sum of $2,007,700 will help Legal Services meet the critical needs of our client community. And we look forward to working with you to ensure that Legal Services is properly funded and able to meet the goal of providing equal access to justice for all of the residents of the Virgin Islands. We thank you again for this opportunity to make this presentation to the committee and the observing public, and we would be most happy to answer any questions respectfully.
Thank you for your testimony, and most definitely thank you for all you do for those in our community who otherwise would not have been able to receive legal services in this very important manner. We know that we have lots of challenges. I saw that the majority of the individuals that you serve are elderly. So it's important that we take care of our elderly. So I have to say just thank you for the work that you do. We know it is a sacrifice. It's definitely a sacrifice. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. And we're going to start with Senator Marvin Blyden. You may proceed, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to Attorney Gotti and your supporting team there, and thank you so much for your testimony. I too want to say kudos on behalf of a grateful community on the work you're doing in respect to our seniors, especially in the area of probate, rental assistance, community outreach, and educating our community as a whole. That's very important. So thank you. Let me ask you though, since it's a budget hearing, let me go directly to, first of all, the post-audit report, because it stated that you did not submit any the grant listing. Do you have a copy of your grant listing?
Yes, we do. It was actually submitted, but we did bring a copy with us.
Okay, very well. So you can probably respond from the listing, because I know that you did mention it in your testimony also in respect to the funding you received from the HFA in respect to representing individuals with
Yes.
legal services when it comes to evictions. How much did you receive from that grant, and how much have you expended, and how much do you have left?
Which one? The Emergency Rental Assistance Program grant.
Yes.
The total amount was $1.4 million, and I believe there is
On page
3. It's in the post audit. I did remember seeing it
7, Exhibit 7.
on page 7.
3 million. I'm sorry, not 3 million. $358,035.
458,000.
358.
Okay, very well. And I'm happy that you were able to receive those funds, because the people really needed a representation.
Yes.
And thank you for that.
Thank you for your assistance in getting us to that.
Okay, very well. Also, in the post-audit report, it spoke to outstanding vendor payments. Do you have any outstanding vendor payments for this fiscal year?
The post-audit report shows that we owed $19,000 to Burt Smith. They have completed the audit, and we have paid them in full.
Oh, very well. Also,
So we're current.
okay, also your professional service contracts, which show that a total of basically $99,000. Have those services been rendered and those individuals been paid?
You're speaking of page 11?
Yes.
Professional services?
Yes.
Our contract for cleaning, landscaping, and
These are ongoing.
internet law services, all of our contracts are paid up to date, but they are annual contracts.
Very well. And also, you have, I believe, 2 leases. You have 1 lease for 18 months. Have it been renewed?
Yes, it has been renewed. We are leasing the space in Sunny Isle for our staff while our building is under repair.
Okay, let me ask you, when it comes to your caseload, and you talked about the increase in your caseload, let me ask you though, what's the main cause or reason for the caseload based on what you have analyzed?
The increase?
Yes, what's the reason for it? What the cause for it?
I just believe that now that we have spent some time doing what I think you all kept asking us to do for the last couple of years, and that is let people know that we're available, And so we do a lot of community outreach, as you can tell from the amount of community activity. We spend a lot of time educating the community, and from that, we receive a lot of intakes, and people come in and they tell us, you know, I heard you on the radio, or I was at the last presentation, and I desire assistance.
So the radio show has made a great impact, in your opinion?
We have radio advertising as well as the show. That's correct.
The Senior Medicare Patrol Project. Speak briefly about it succinctly.
Okay. That program was a federal grant that we received in order to do outreach to the community to educate.
How much was the grant for?
The first, it's $600,000 for 5 years.
Okay.
And that grant funded a position. The project director is funded.
1 minute.
The project director is funded. The salary for the project director is funded, as well as the activities. And that grant allows the project director to go out into the community to share with persons who are Medicare beneficiaries, their caretakers, and other family members about how to protect their Medicare benefits, to detect fraud when it occurs, and to prevent fraud, hopefully.
And your Legal Service Corporation program, the pro bono work that's done, what the value?
30 seconds.
What the value? Do you have a value in terms of how much it would cost for that pro bono assistance?
That grant was specifically so that we could bring the program up, because we have a lack of attorneys that are participating in giving back to the community in that regard through legal services. So that program was to help us to assess what was going on and how it is that we should restructure it. And one of the things we did to restructure, or looking as part of our restructuring, was to offer the probate training for attorneys, because that seems to be a great need in our community that came up after the 2017 hurricanes.
Okay, well, I wish you luck on your search for your managing attorney.
Time.
And I appreciate the work you guys do in the community. And again, thank you for all you do. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So as I look at the budget book that came down for fiscal year 25, the miscellaneous section, legal services in particular, says that the request or the recommendation is $1,632,700. Are you aware of that?
No.
For 25? No.
We had, and I think this is probably the same confusion we had last year, where there was an additional $375,000 that was listed as a separate item.
What's the title of it? What's the name of the program?
I think it was to fund.
It was to fund
Because I
community.
see legal services CASA.
No, that's not it.
That falls under you? The CASA
No.
program?
No, and I guess I may be looking at something completely different, because I have a 2-year presentation of 2024-2025 proposed executive budget.
Where are you getting that document?
It was the same document that we had. I guess I printed mine offline. But in the past, it was $1.6 million, and then we were given additional $375,000 to do the mobile justice units. And so they were submitted as 2 separate items last year, and then I thought they were combined finally.
Yeah, because I'm seeing 1,632,700.
Correct.
So but I'm still trying to ask, this CASA program doesn't fall under you?
CASA is not ours, no ma'am.
So that says Legal Services Office of the Governor.
It doesn't, let's see.
Okay. All right, so we'll have to figure out if there's any other funding. Let me go to the next senator while I look. Senator James Sr., you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. And I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Thank you for all that you and your team have been doing for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I realized that in the section for federal grants, page 10 of 13 in the post-audit report, of course,
Sorry.
you have the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority assisting with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I realized it wasn't in last year's budget, so this is something fairly new.
That's correct. It
So if
came
you
in
just-
in 2023.
So if you can just simply explain to me how that came about and how many individuals will be able to benefit from this. Approximately how many people will be able to benefit? If you have a spending plan, or is it just a number that you selected? I want to know.
No. To give you some history, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program is a federal program. And I believe it was in 2022 that President Biden established that 10% of the funds for every jurisdiction that received those funds would be able to be used for legal aid organizations. And it was called Housing Stability Legal Assistance.
So it's based off of a percentage.
Correct. So that's where the 1.4 came in, because I believe we received 14 million as a jurisdiction.
Thank you for explaining that. And I'm assuming that you do have a spending plan.
Correct. We have a contract with the Housing Finance Authority, and we submit to them every month the statistical data that tells them how many people were served and whether those people fell within the income eligibility criteria.
And then as far as, I know there's only so much you can do, but as far as the follow-ups, you don't do the follow-ups. You just assist in the interim, and then from there it just ends?
We provide legal assistance. We don't do anything
Okay,
for
just
the
legal
funds to
assistance.
be distributed with respect to the actual rental payments. That's not our mission. Our mission is only to do what we call housing stability. So for instance, if someone is experiencing domestic violence and now they are in a situation where the primary, the person who made the money in the home to pay the rent is no longer in the home, and that person is going to need some housing stability, we provide the legal assistance to get them through the domestic violence matter, and then how it is that we can get their rights enforced to be able to maintain their housing.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And once again, I'm really happy that we have that. Every cent, every dollar counts when it comes to advocating for these individuals. So thank you for you and your team for putting that together. And I know that you have been using Burt Smith & Co. for quite some time. And I know it's the outstanding balance is due upon the completion of the 2023 audit report. So my question to you, when will that be completed? Is it a specific time, or is it just up in the air?
No, they've already been paid. Our audit was completed May the 15th for 2023 and was submitted to Legal Services Corporation as is a requirement.
Thank you, because in the post-audit report at the time when you submitted it, it showed as
Correct.
outstanding. So I'm just trying to get an
that's
understanding of
30 seconds.
what's going on with outstanding vendor payments. So I'm assuming that the only outstanding vendor payment is just Tech, or have you been able to?
That's a annual contract, and we pay them monthly.
Okay. But it says outstanding vendor payments in the post-audit report.
They're paid up to date.
Okay, just want to make sure. And I know with you and your team, you're on top of things. Then as far as your supplies and resources, you know, when I watch your budget, everything is just basically small. You do a lot with a little. And I wish more agencies would take a page out of your book, but I understand that everybody's different. But my time has called. Thank you for all that you have done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator James, Senator Graff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
All of you listening and present. Attorney Gaddy, at one point, your testimony sounded like you were leaving. You know what I mean? It sounded a little somber. Okay, just want to make sure, you know, the services that you provide, again, and I know it's a whole team, but, you know, just so you don't be sneaking out on us, you know. The post-auditor's report in regards to, on page 13 of 13, there's a highlighted area at the bottom that says salaries for employees of legal services are not 100% covered under the general fund. What does that mean? They have federal funding that covers employees?
That means that some of our other grants cover portions or percentages of the employees' salaries. So we try to spread it out over all of our grants so that each employee, a percentage of their salary is paid from the funds from the general fund, and a percentage may be paid from some of our other grants.
Okay, so overall, what would be the percentage of that if you don't get those grants, would it affect, what kind of percentage are we actually looking at that's covered by the grants, roughly?
About 30%.
30%, okay. So 30% of the total aggregate. Okay, good. I just want to make sure we have that and we're aware of that issue. Now, it also has where you have filled non-exempt employees. What are those, GS employees? Excuse me, GS employees?
No. Exempt and non-exempt is ascertained by what the IRS determines are professionals that make independent decisions, or they are in management positions. Non-exempt positions would be subjected to, or they would be allowed to have overtime. Exempt positions are considered professionals.
Right. So they're not GS. They're not unionized.
No, we don't have unions at all.
Right. Okay. So and they're not under the GS pay scale.
That's
that the government
correct.
has. Okay.
And that's probably part of our issue.
Okay. So then how do those in particular obtain, and what's your process for them obtaining any wage increases? What's that process?
The evaluation, on an evaluation basis.
Okay.
So our staff is evaluated annually, and so we do merit increases. However, there comes a time, oftentimes because of what's happening with attorneys in the AG's office or with the public defender's office, where they have a step system. We don't have a step system, but if their step system gets us to a place where we can no longer be competitive in trying to hire, then we do have to increase our salary ranges.
Okay,
and that has happened, and that's one of the things that we've asked this body to help us with in the past, in giving us the additional funds so that we can retain our attorneys so they don't go seeking other higher salaried positions, as well as to attract attorneys.
Okay, and we have, but again, is for what you provide, we want to make sure we have. Now, the program that you have, or the outreach, where you have that large vehicle that goes out, I see the maintenance in the 24 budget was a bit high.
30 seconds.
And what causes your maintenance now? What is budgeted for maintenance for those vehicles in particular in the 25 budget?
Well, we just anticipate that because of the usage of the vehicles, and we are no longer under the warranty of the vehicles, that cost is not going to be borne by legal services for repairs and maintenance.
Okay, and before my time runs out, can I have your actuals in personal fringe, utilities, supplies, other services and charge, and any capital outlays? For the as of your expenditures as of the 24 budget now, the fourth quarter, do you have the updated, or what was the most recent updates you have for your actual expenditures?
No, I don't have that with me.
You don't have that with you? Okay, so you can submit that through the chair in regards to your actual personal fringe up to where you are in the 24 budget, third quarter ended.
What we submitted was up to March.
Right. So I would like what you have up to June, the latest at least.
Okay.
We can do that.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. So we're further going to need, because we didn't get it, I don't think I saw it in any of your appendices, if you had any. So the breakdown, the breakout of the 2,000,007, could you just give us that quickly? What of that amount, how much is personnel fringe and the other associated operating expenses? You have that?
But we have the breakdown for the current 25 requests.
Sure, you could give us that. Let's starting with personnel.
Just personnel. Personnel would be
Starting with personnel.
Yeah, personnel, $1,192,075.
$1,075,000.
$1,192,075.
Mm-hmm.
The fringe benefits, retirement would be $119,000.
We'll just add up the whole fringe.
Or the total fringe benefits is $362,561.
$362,561.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have supplies of $27,755.
Mm-hmm.
And what is considered other services to include professional services.
Mm-hmm.
That's $345,594.
Give me that again. 300.
45.
345.
594.
594.
Mm-hmm. And utilities, 29,715. For total.
29,715.
Total of 2,007,000.
007.
700. Yes. 700.
All right, so that's the kind of information we need. And when we're making the presentation, it's important that we understand the breakout. So question. So question, of the 1,192,755 personnel, how many, because you're going to have to provide us this information. How many personnel we have against this million two?
How many?
How many personnel positions do we have against the $1.2 million? Some of it is shared, some of it is not shared. I don't know. So
There are, how many positions?
It's in the,
where is it? Is it a testimony?
No, actually, it was in what was submitted on April 29th. The same.
Oh, no. So we need it in the presentation today, even if it was an appendix, we need to be clear.
Okay.
Because what happened in April may not be what's happening now. So we want to know, how many positions do you have associated with this $1.2 million?
15.
15. And do you have any vacancies?
Out of those 15, we have 2 vacancies.
So 2. So this is what I need you all to send back to the committee. We need a clear personnel listing from you, inclusive of what's vacant, what's 100%, what's 50%, whatever the matching is. Okay? And then under your other services, same thing. And that information is important because, like I said to you, the budget that was submitted this year is $1.6 million for you. So we need to, don't be alarmed.
No problem.
We have a responsibility to make sure that we cover your operations. So we just want to see the breakdown of your operations so we could determine what your true needs are. And are you projecting to expend all of the 2,700,000?
Yes.
7. Yeah.
7,000.
You are?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Legal services. It's good to see you have a unqualified audit. Quickly, I wanted to go to the Board of Trustees. You have 15 members. You have a full 15-member board, or you have 13, 14, or how much do you have?
We just had our annual meeting, and some of our board members' terms have expired.
Okay.
And so the board is making a determination now as to whether or not to fill them or to reduce the requirement for 15 down to some other number.
Okay, so the board has, they meet every 2 months.
Correct.
And you had 6 meetings for the year. What is the amount for the board? Because they had off-island conferences. What is the expenditure in your budget for the board meetings and conferences? Do you have that number?
Yes.
Yes, can you give it to me?
2023, we spent $10,880, and we anticipate increasing to $14,257.
Okay, that seems very reasonable. Okay, you have 2 or 3 vacancies in your staff. How many vacancies you have? I saw you had 2. Okay. Okay, so your physical facilities were damaged by the hurricane, and you have the funding available to complete the repairs. Where are you with that?
Yes, we applied for funding from FEMA, and we have received that funding award, but we are going through the process. As you know, FEMA has a process that starts off with architecture and engineering, so we're at the very beginning stages.
Okay, so I'm assuming that since you have an unqualified added, the accounts, the different, I think you have 3 federal grants, they're all in different accounts. How do you handle those? Those are in different accounts?
Yes, each award is accounted for by its with a separate funding code, and all expenses are allocated accordingly.
Well, legal services is definitely, commendable services to the community. And I'm glad to see that the program is continue to be managed. One question I had, I noticed the amount of cases on St. Croix is almost double, well, more than double the cases on St. Thomas. Any particular reason why the cases on St. Croix is 2 times more than St. Thomas?
I'm going to ask my colleague to answer that question, but I will tell you that that's been an ongoing circumstance since I've been at Legal Services, and part of our consultants' charge is to try to figure out why.
1 minute.
I was just going to piggyback on what she said, in that, it is a burning question for us, and we know that there's need here on St. Thomas, and we'd like to figure out why, if there's an unmet need that we're not servicing. With that said, I think there is a large attribution to our SMP program, the Senior Medical Patrol, that they are really out in the community drumming up a business, as we would call it maybe, with the seniors, and the seniors have responded.
30 seconds.
And I believe that there's a greater senior population on St. Croix as opposed to St. Thomas.
Oh, okay, and following up with the SMP program. So it's 114,217, so you're in the 5-year grant. Is that every year 114,217? It's divided like that every year?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. My time was called, Madam Chair? Okay, yes. Okay, so I want to ask the Medicaid fraud. You mentioned that's an item, being that I'm the Health Human Services Hospitals chair of that committee. How do you get involved with Medicaid fraud? How do you get involved? How do you touch that?
It's reported to our organization, and we forward it on to the Office of Inspector General.
Okay, so you have instances where probably mostly the elderly are involved with some fraud. Is it very extensive, or it's minimal or normal? How would you categorize it?
It's very interesting in our community. People don't like to turn in their providers for situations that they might suspect are fraud. So the number of instances that actually get reported are fewer than those that actually occur.
Okay, I'll call you off the record. I see where you're going. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So for the past few minutes, we've been trying to get, you said earlier, I think it was Senator Blyden that asked, do you have the document with regards to your federal grant?
Yes.
I'm going to ask the Sergeant of Arms to get a copy for us, please. All right. Okay. All right. You're recognized for your point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In respect to the postal report on page 9 of 13, under Legal Services Corporation, in 2023, the expenditures was $435,000. This year, it was budgeted $415,000. How much has been expended to date, and also for 2025 is requested for 317,000, which is 98,000 less than this year. What's the reason for such a large variance, which is basically 24%? What's the reason for that?
One of the awards that the grants that we receive, one of the grants that we receive will be ending this year in August. So we didn't budget for it for next year.
The pro bono grant
Pro bono
ends in August.
So we make up for the difference, basically.
Correct.
Okay, very well. Well, good to know that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
So with regards to your federal funds, we see that you receive $1.2 million in federal dollars.
That's correct.
And these funds are expiring when? These are just for fiscal year 24? I'm going to pass. Trying to get the document to all the senators.
Well, legal services, the basic field grant is on every year, goes on every year. Pro bono yearly, so that's current. The pro bono is ending this year.
Ending meaning?
It expires in August.
Expires in August.
Okay.
The emergency rental assistance program, we budgeted for it to end in August. The senior Medicare program, that's yearly, that's a 5-year grant that we have. We're in the second year. FOCA and VARA, those two grants, we apply annually, and those goes run from October to September every year. So
the emergency rental assistance program, you've been getting a lot of individuals coming in to. So tell us about that.
Okay. So as I said, the grant funds that are received by all legal aids or legal services here in the Virgin Islands is for housing stability. And what that means is that it could be for eviction, representation. It could be for anything that's going to create an unstable housing situation where the person could potentially become homeless or be evicted for any number of reasons. It could be that they lost their job and they need assistance because they need representation on a wrongful discharge, or they need representation to get their unemployment benefits. It could be that their housing is unstable because of domestic violence. It could be any number of things. And what we do is we represent them in order to stabilize their housing situation. So it's almost like a prevention of homelessness that we're engaged in. So those funds are not just for persons who have received an eviction notice, but if they're in danger of losing their housing, then we can provide the legal assistance under that grant to protect their housing.
And then the Senior Medicare Patrol Project.
That program is an outreach-only program, which is why there are no lawyers funded under there to do much of anything other than to identify some potential fraud situations, but we don't do any of the cases as it pertains to that.
Okay. I think Senator Carrion, are you still with us? Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Attorney Gaddy and her team. In regards to your professional service contracts, Attorney Gaddy, does the grant compliance manager also write grants? Because in the post-audit reports, I see there is a decrease also in consulting services.
The grants compliance manager will not be writing grants. That was not part of her charge, but it's to collect the data that's going to be needed to do grants. So as you know, in the past, we've been trying to hire a development director, and we've just been trying to decide what that development director's job responsibilities will include. Will it include grant writing, or will it include identifying grants and then for us to hire a grant writer on a contract basis? So, but the compliance grants manager is not writing grants, but will collect the data and provide the data analyses for obtaining grants.
Understood. Thank you. And since we're talking about grants, were you able to find any new grants in FY24, or are you anticipating any other new ones in FY25?
The new grant that we just received notice on is from the Veterans Administration. We don't
Okay.
even know how
And I
much
think
it is until we have our kickoff meeting, which happens on July 18th.
Very well. Are you anticipating any other new grants in FY25?
We don't know. We write all the time,
Okay.
but we don't know.
Okay. In the post-audit report, I see there's a decrease in consulting services. Is this correct? And you also increased the IT services. Can you give a justification for that?
Yeah, in 23, we consulted with a consulting firm to help us with, there was an assessment that we were doing, that contract ended. And in terms of IT, yes, our IT services will increase because of the increase, the tax, not only we have been getting, but the redundancy that we are building on our platform or servers and the other infrastructure that we have. IT is doing a robust work to protect us. So that is because of that is the reason for the increased costs in IT.
If I might add, one of the things that we do is we've increased the use of technology to take up the slack, if you will, in some respects with having personnel to do some of the tasks. So because we've increased the use of our technology, we do look to see that the technology is used in the best manner possible. But with respect to consulting services, we do assessments regularly. We had a needs assessment that we do. We had an assessment done with our pro bono program, and we are right now in the process of engaging in a technology assessment. Just
Well,
kind of
and,
best practices.
1 minute.
Also, in the community outreach in 2023, what is approximate amount did you spend in 2023? And how much should you anticipate spending and projecting for FY24? And do you have any actuals for 2020? I'm sorry, what are you expecting, what are you projecting for FY25? And do you have actuals for 2024?
Because all of our staff is engaged in outreach, we don't have a separate outreach budget. It's part
Okay.
of the duties.
30 seconds.
And the other thing is in the post-audit report, I saw some cost savings in the section that is legal service corporation. I think is the only section where I see a reduction. When you look at FY23, FY24, and your projections for FY25, approximately about 100,000, I believe. Where does this that money comes from? That section there.
We had a pro bono grant that expires in August.
Time.
It was a 2-year grant.
Gotcha. So that's why I see some adjustments for FY25.
Correct.
That's right.
Lastly, my last question. Regards to this budget, did you receive that there was a cap amount from the Office of Budget and Management, or this is the first time that you heard the recommendations that they're doing?
Yeah, this is the first time that we're hearing that the amount that was recommended to us was $1.6 million. But based on the funding that we received last year and the year before, we maintain that has helped us to hire and to maintain the status quo that the executive director is talking about. And
how would the recommended budget? Yeah, that's my thing. How would the recommended budget affect your operations?
It's going to affect us pretty drastically in that we may not fill the positions that are vacant, and we potentially will not be able to give increases, which may affect retention.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I want to thank you and your team for legal services for the great work you guys have been doing in the community. I don't know where many of our residents would be without the services that you guys provide. So thank you, Attorney Gaddy, and your whole team. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Really, Nancy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So what we're going to ask that you provide us is, again, the breakdown of your personal listing, your associated fringe benefits, your supplies, your other services, and your utilities. So we can be clear as to the need for this $2.7 million. Okay. Colleagues, do you have any other questions? A burning question? No? Okay, so we're going to close. Let me ask you before we close. Do you have any capital outlay needs for fiscal year 20? Did you have capital outlay in fiscal year 24? And do you have any capital outlay needs in fiscal year 25?
Well, every year we allocate about $50,000 for capital outlay because we own the two buildings that we occupy, and so we'll be also doing, as we mentioned, we'll be doing some extensive work on the St. Croix office. Some is federally funded, but some will be covered by legal services.
So that don't fall under your maintenance?
No.
No. So this year you had, I think, 50,000. And how did you expend those dollars?
Well, it will be going what we call our operating and capital reserve fund, and from there is what we'll be using to cover the cost that legal services is responsible for. Once the construction begins.
What type of projects you had this year?
Well, we had to do major leasehold improvements at the current office where we are occupying on St. Croix and Sunny Isle.
So you're asking for the same consideration for fiscal year 25? 50,000?
Yes.
You're going to have to tell us what those projects are.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to get that back from you as well. And just sharing that what we've noted in the 25 submission is the budgets have been reduced to align with revenues. So that's why your budget says 1.632,700. And that's why it's important for us to see the personnel listing, because we need to ensure that that number does not impact your ability to continue with the personnel you have on board. In addition to the fact that the $2,700,000, did you grant salary increases this fiscal year?
I'm sorry?
Salary increases this fiscal year?
We have not done them yet.
So you intend to do them in this year or next fiscal year?
We do them this year, usually in December.
Okay, so you need to include, and those are also tied to the personnel that's in this particular general fund dollars budget?
Correct.
Yes.
So we need to know what those are as well.
Okay.
Okay? All right, good. Okay, so we're going to allow you, but before we do that, let me... Okay, so we have a couple of through the chair requests. Which one would be, I think Senator DeGraaf asks, he wants the actuals to date for fiscal year 24 in all categories. The personnel, and I asked that we provide us with the breakdown of your personnel, associated fringe supplies, other services and utilities, because we didn't get that information. Then the capital projects, your projected capital projects for FY 25. And there was one last one that I just asked about.
Salary increases?
The salary increases. Okay, the projected salary increases. Okay. So that's it. So we're going to allow you a 30-second close. You may proceed.
Thank you. Again, we thank you for this opportunity to present our requests for the FY25 budget as funding from this Virgin Islands government. We thank you all for the confidence you've placed in us, and that you look forward to our continued existence in this community, as we all agree that there is a need for it. We only ask that you understand that legal services is being provided at, yes, a great sacrifice. Again, thank you.
Absolutely. And again, I don't know that the community can thank you enough for the sacrifice that you're making for this type of work. It is definitely community work and a definite sacrifice on behalf of your staff as well. So we want to thank you, and whatever we can do to ensure that you are able to maintain, you talked about status quo, but in order to maintain your operations, we have a responsibility to do that because the work that you do is important to our community and those of us in the community who otherwise would not be able to receive services but for your organization, the Organization of Legal Services. So we want to thank you for that.
Thank you. And just so
Okay.
that we're clear, the information that you've requested, would you prefer that we send it to post-audit or to send it directly to your office?
We're going to send it in a letter to you, so
Oh,
you
okay.
should get it. So
Okay.
I usually try to share it so you could have an idea, and then you will receive correspondence as to exactly where to send the information.
Thank you.
All right, so the committee stands in recess until 1 o'clock.
G6 Productions.
Okay. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read Block 3 into the record?
Block 3, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and Office of Cannabis Regulation. Invited testifiers, Ms. H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Ms. Joan Moorhead, Director, Office of Cannabis Regulations. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as the clerk shared, this afternoon we have the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Office of Cannabis Regulation officials that's before us, and they are here to defend their FY 2025 budget recommendation that has been sent down by the Chief Executive of the Territory. I'm going to ask the Commissioner I'm going to start with Commissioner Hodge. Put your name and title on the record, and then we're going to move forward with Ms. Moorhead to my right, your left, and then we're going to start on the other side. So, Commissioner, you may proceed with your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Senator. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner for Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Joanne Moorhead, Executive. Good afternoon again. Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Regulation.
Good afternoon. Lorraine Fredericks, Acting Director, Administration and Business Management.
Good afternoon. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon. Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Matthew Paget, Director of Consumer Affairs.
All right, so good afternoon to you. And before we start, oh, you have someone on St. Croix?
Yes.
Please put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair.
Give it to us one more time.
Director of Enforcement.
One more time.
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, DLCA.
Okay. All right. So before we begin, I have to tell you, Commissioner Hodge, that I know that you have an awesome team because you have two members of the Charlotte Amalie High School class of 1983, which happens to be my class and my classmates. Yep. So I want to congratulate you for your wisdom. So I know that your team is ready and prepared to serve. You may proceed with your testimony. Do we also have a testimony from the Office of Cannabis Regulation? Yes? Okay, so we're going to start with you. Two testimonies?
Yes.
Okay, and before we begin, let me recognize my colleague, non-committee member, Senator Carl J. Joseph. Thank you for being here. And who else? Oh, Senator Diane Capehart. Thank you, Senator Capehart, for being here, and good afternoon. Okay, so we're going to start with you, Commissioner Hodge. You ready for your testimony?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair Committee of Finance, members of the Committee on Finance, other senators.
One second, we have a little challenge with the mic. We're going to have to, you have to get a little closer to the mic, yeah.
Is this better?
Yes, better.
Okay.
And we want to make sure you're comfortable doing it as well, okay?
Sure. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair, Committee of Finance, members of the Committee on Finance, other senators of the 35th Legislature, the legislative staff, the DLCA staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Today I am accompanied by Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Junior General Counsel Geraldine Vaval, Acting Director of Administration and Business Management Lorraine Fredericks, Director of Enforcement Wilbur Francis, Director of Consumer Affairs Matthew Paget, and Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director of Office of Cannabis Regulations. Additionally, with us today in the well, I have three of our interns, Miss Ciara Clairson, hailing from St. Croix, Jaden Lewis from St. Thomas, and Shalani Telemac from St. Thomas. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, or DLCA, is established under Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 16. The department provides consumer-related services and programs pursuant to the Consumer Code as set forth in the Virgin Islands Code, Title 12A, including the Consumer Protection Law of 1973, subsection 1, and price control as set forth in the Virgin Islands Code, Title 11, Price Controls. I can't see it. DLCA regulates the licensing of private businesses and professionals as provided forth in Virgin Islands Code Title 27, Professions and Occupations, including Chapter 9, Licensing of Businesses and Occupations. The department's mission statement is serving businesses and assisting, educating, and protecting the consumers. The DLCA's fiscal 2025 total budget comprises of $4,947,746 in general fund appropriation and $500,000 in consumer protection fund appropriations. The DLCA's budget for fiscal year 2025 from the general fund allocation is $4,947,746, representing a decrease of $669,002 compared to the revised fiscal year 2024 budget appropriation of $5,616,748. The DLCA does not receive any federal funds. The general fund allotment of $4,947,746 covers personnel services in the amount of $3,068,616.03 and French benefits in the amount of $1,444,844.15. The remaining balance of $434,287 covers the department's operating expenses. The operating expenses from the general fund include $7,000 for office and operating supplies, $194,000 for professional services, $1,001 for repairs and maintenance, $91,500 for rent for the St. Croix office, $59,786 for other miscellaneous services, and $81,000 for utilities, resulting in a difference of $741.09 between fiscal year 2024 and 2025. The Consumer Protection Fund is a revolving fund generated from the collection of license, penalties, and citation fines. The special fund is allocated to cover the costs associated with investigating and resolving consumer disputes and complaints, as well as for consumer education. During fiscal year 2023, collections credited to the CPF amount to $661,481.62. Collections for the first 3 quarters, October to June 2023, to that fiscal year total $474,077.02. To date, the fiscal year 2024 collections on the CPF fund have amounted to $443,871.98. The projection for CPF fund collections during fiscal year 2025 is approximately $500,000. This projection considers the anticipated results from an ongoing various campaign to collect outstanding citations and delinquencies. The CPF expenses include $30,000 in personnel services for board members per diem, $5,000 for fringe benefits, which are uniform allowances, $70,502 for supplies, and $394,498 for professional services and other miscellaneous charges. There are currently 9 separate divisions within the department, which includes the Office of the Commissioner, which is responsible for the overall leadership, management, planning, supervision, and the direction of the department so that it may effectively carry out its mission. The Administration and Business Management, this division is responsible for budgeting, accounting, payroll, procurement, and personnel operations of the department. It provides all the resources required for staff to perform their duties in an efficient, effective, and professional manner. This office maintains the following accounts: the General Fund, our Consumer Protection Fund, the Virgin Islands Public Accountancy Fund, and the Real Estate Appraisers Fund. Currently, we have 51 vendor payments outstanding in the amount of $357,600, which are at various stages of the processing in the ERP through the Department of Finance. The Division of Licensing. This division is responsible for receiving, reviewing, and approving applications for business licenses. Upon receipt of electronic application for new or renewal fees, fees are collected and electronic approval for other department integral to the license approval process is verified. These departments are Lieutenant Governor's Office, VIPD, Planning and Natural Resources, the Fire Services, and the Department of Health. The Licensing Division has successfully implemented the provisions of 27 VI Code 303, which mandates the licenses to be issued within 10 days of receipt. This has significantly improved the processing time for business licenses. Although some adjustments are still needed, there is a substantial reduction in the average number of days required to process renewals. The division is surpassing the KPI for renewals, currently averaging 4.5 days. There is also a notable downward trend in time taken to process new applications. Previously, the processing time was as high as 61 days during the past fiscal year. Currently, the division is on track to meet its KPI targets, which is an average of 10 days for processing new business license applications. The division will no longer allow unpaid and incomplete licenses to remain active for more than 10 days. During the fiscal year 2024 through June 30th, 2024, the Division of Licensing has approved a total of 8,314 businesses, which represents a decrease of 7% when compared to previous fiscal year's value. For the same time period at 8,960 businesses. These businesses represent a total of 14,099 categories of business activity, similarly indicating a small decrease of 3% compared to the previous fiscal year's value. The breakdown of approved businesses is as follows. 1,521 new businesses, showing a decrease of 26% compared to previous fiscal year's value, which was 2,051. The new business represent 2,349 categories of business activity, demonstrating a 24% decrease compared to the previous fiscal year's value of 3,090. Additionally, 6,793 businesses were renewed, representing a decrease of 2% compared to previous fiscal year's value of 6,909. These renewed businesses categories of 11,750 business categories of business activity indicates the same decrease of 1% compound to the previous fiscal year's value. In terms of business license revenues collected during this period, the division collected $3,131,889.17, reflecting a modest increase of 1.5% compared to the previous year's fiscal value of $3,085,417.12 for the same period. Thus far, fiscal year 2024, While there has been a slight decrease in the overall number of business license and license categories, the associated revenues seem to have remained stable. We anticipate that the activities planned for the last quarter will prove fruitful in maintaining this trend with a slight overall improvement over the fiscal year 2024. Initiatives seeking to bring delinquent businesses into compliance have begun to show promises of yielding good results for the collection of outstanding fees. We have ramped up our efforts across all divisions to collect outstanding citations, which also captured outstanding license fees and from delinquent operators. We will continue this process utilizing the full authority of the law and the full engagement of a legal and hearing process to ensure compliance. In fiscal year 2024, business license numbers have shown a slight decrease, indicating the normalization of leveling off the effects of the previous fiscal years. It is important to note that while there is a decrease in license numbers, this does not prove in itself to be a negative trend. We believe that it continues to indicate a normalization in the business landscape rather than a negative trend. The licensing and the revenue trends seem to be keeping pace with the general trend nationally, which, according to the National Association of State Budget Officers, NASBO, Spring 2024 fiscal survey is also seeing a leveling off or a conservative growth on average of 0.6%. Many businesses are expanding their offerings to take advantage of the gaps in the economic activity, whereas others have downsized or exited due to fiscal constraints. The division's efforts to continue yield impressive results stemming from the aggressive implementation of the provisions outlined in 27 VI Code 303. As of June 20, 2024, reporting 88% of the business license renewals are being processed within 10 days or less, while 95% are completed within 15 days. This demonstrates the division's ongoing commitment to streamlining the renewal process and providing businesses with their licenses in a timely manner. Regarding the issuance of new business licenses, there has been a gradual improvement. Currently, 52% of new licenses are issued within 10 days, indicating a progress in expediting the application review process. We work closely with our sister agencies to facilitate this process. We would like to take this time to encourage entrepreneurs to ensure that they register their trade name or corporate registration with the Lieutenant Governor's office if required. Also, individuals intending to conduct businesses where food or accommodations will be provided should contact the Virgin Islands Department of Health Division of Environmental Health to familiarize themselves with the requirements for review. Engaging these agencies early in the process may significantly reduce your wait time. Boards and commissions. The Division of Boards and Commissions has oversight responsibility for professions and trade, including the testing and licensing of individuals in each area. There are distinct requirements for each of the following 8 boards and commission: architects, engineers, and land surveyors, barbering and cosmetology, certified public accountants, Contractors, Trades, and Crafts Board, which Act 8464 are composed of the former boards: General Contractors Board, the Electricians Board, Fiber Optic Board, the Plumbing Board, and the HVAC Mechanical Board. Real estate appraisers, real estate brokers and salespersons, social workers, and licensed professional counselors. During fiscal year 2023, the division administered examinations to 146 candidates and issued 2,253 licenses. Through June 30th of fiscal year 2024, the division administered exams to 78 candidates and issued 1,233 licenses. The Office of Boards and Commissions is on target with its key performance indicator goals by issuing renewals within 10 days of the application. However, boards and commissions failed to meet its target for new applications due to the applicant's failure to provide required documentation that deems their application complete. The delay in processing new application points to issues on the applicant's end, specifically in submitting complete and accurate information. This could be mitigated by improving the applicant's guidance and communication or implementing a more robust initial review process to catch incomplete applications earlier. As of May 7, 2024, the PSI testing center located at DLCA's St. Croix office was discontinued. The PSI test center is now located and administered at UVI Cell on St. Croix and St. Thomas and offers PSI developed exams on a weekly basis. The Office of Boards and Commissions has demonstrated strengths in processing renewals efficiently and is actively working on legislative updates. The focus on legislative updates aligns with Governor Bryan's mandate and is crucial for maintaining regulatory standards. This effort ensures that the licensure and examination processes remain current with industry practices and legal requirements. Despite considerable progress, there remains a need to fill vacancies on the Contractors, Trades and Crafts Board and the Licensed Counselors Board and the VI Real Estate Appraisers Board. On behalf of the DLCA, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to the Office of the Governor and members of the 33rd, 34th, and 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands in their efforts. Although the Governor's office has been diligently working to fill these positions, securing commitments from some trade persons has proven challenging. A complete listing of boards and commissions, appointments, and vacancies is provided in the following chart. Architects, engineers, and land surveyors, that board complements 7. We have 7 active members, no vacancies. The VI Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, which complements 7 board members. We have 5 members and 2 vacancies. The Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts, with a board complement of 9 members. We only have 4 active members and 5 vacancies. The VI Board of Public Accountancy complements a board of 5. We have 5 active members, no vacancies. The VI Board of Real Estate Appraisers, with a board complement of 7, we have 5 active members and 2 vacancies. The VI Board of Real Estate Commission is filled, totally filled. The board complements 7. We have 7 active members, no vacancies. And so is the VI Board of Social Worker, which has a board complement of 5 with 5 active members. However, the VI Board of Counselors has a board complement of 7, but we only have 4 active members and 3 vacancies. Public service announcements and ads seeking professionals to serve on various boards was disseminated through our digital platforms as recently as April and May of 2024. Consumer Affairs. The Division of Consumer Affairs is responsible for assisting, educating, and protecting consumers against unfair and deceptive trade practices. It advises, guides, and represents consumers regarding the filing of formal complaints against businesses and/or professionals, and we attempt to resolve them. It is also responsible for ensuring equity in the marketplace through the establishment and enforcement of weights and measures standards in the Virgin Islands. The division also conducts monthly market surveys, weekly gasoline price surveys, monthly scanner surveys, various stores inspections, and weekly pull date inspections. Market basket and fuel surveys are available for viewing on our website at dlca.vi.gov. During fiscal year 2024, from October 2023 to April, the Consumer Affairs Division conducted 100 inspections at retail establishments and issued citations in the amount of $51,695 for various consumer law violations. Within the Consumer Affairs Division is a separate, distinct Consumer Protection Service unit, which is responsible for the development and implementation of consumer education programs and activities, addressing consumer complaints and monitoring businesses' practices throughout the territory for compliance on consumer laws. Fiscal year 2024 through April 30th, 2024, the unit received 168 consumer complaints. On an average, it takes approximately 15 days for consumer compliance and protection officers to resolve a consumer complaint. Through mediation, the division has returned $6,521.97 directly to consumers from businesses without the need for legal intervention. The Consumer Protection Unit also conducted 11 inspections and issued citations in the amount of $8,500. The Weights and Measures Unit is another distinct unit within the Consumer Affairs Division. It is responsible for ensuring that all commercial weighing and measuring devices and methods used in the territory are accurate and correct. This unit also enforces all laws and regulations pertaining to food freshness and net contents of packaged goods. Food freshness refers to the date by which the food is best by or to be used by the consumer, and not the quality of the food. Quality and proper handling of food is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Health, with whom the LCA routinely collaborates. This fiscal year through April 30th, 2024, the unit inspected various scales and retail meters, in addition to conducting 89 pull date inspections of several million food items while functioning the entire period with only one inspector and one chief on St. Croix and two inspectors on St. Thomas and St. John, and a St. John coordinator. These inspections resulted in the issuance of $43,195 in penalties at various licensed businesses across the territory. Enforcement. The Enforcement Division enforces Virgin Islands licensing laws by inspecting all businesses to ensure compliance. Additionally, the enforcement officers provide a process of service on behalf of the department, as well as escort the cashiers, collection clerks to the bank as needed. The division also regularly participates in various task force and joint initiatives with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Office of the Governor, Department of Health, and local community organizations as needed. The Division of Enforcement continues to process new business license applications within 3 days of initiation. On average, this division conducts over 300 compliance checks per month on existing businesses. From October 1, 2023 to date, the Division of Enforcement has issued $83,350 in citations for various violations. These violations include failure to post business licenses, operating without a business license or proper licensure, operating with an expired license, not accepting 2 forms of payment, violating the sunscreen ban, selling tobacco products to minors, allowing the unlawful practice of barbers, beauticians, manicurists, and violating closing times or changing locations without notifying the department. Legal. The legal division is responsible for providing in-house legal advice to the commissioner and the department, promulgating and implementing rules and regulations, providing legal advice to all boards and commissions, assisting with the development of policies and procedures, prosecuting license violations through administrative proceedings, and representing the department and consumers on legal matters. In addition, the division also assists with professional contract matters, including ensuring contractor compliance, addressing and processing personnel issues and grievances, and conducting surveys through subpoena investigations of the reasonableness of the wholesale and retail prices of propane, retail, and wholesale gas in the territory. During this fiscal year, the the division responded to 6 subpoena requests for documents from the Department of Justice, the Virgin Islands Department, Police Department, Homeland Security, and a private attorney. To assist with DOJ's pre-litigation consumer protection investigations, the division drafted subpoenas for the commissioner's signature and then forwarded the subpoenas for service of process by DOJ. The division also worked closely with DOJ in providing businesses license information on ongoing litigation. Based on a request for assistance from the Internal Revenue Bureau, the division issued 10 notices of intent to revoke licenses due to unpaid taxes, penalties, and interest owed to IRB. These notices give businesses 10 days to provide proof of payment or evidence of an established payment plan with IRB, and businesses that fail to comply had their licenses revoked. Today, we have revoked 6 business licenses due to this. The latest list from IRB includes 131 businesses, and the division is currently drafting notices for signature and services to process. During fiscal year 2024 and through June 30th, 2024 through June 30th, 2024, 6 cases were referred to the legal division and all proceeded to formal administrative proceedings. The division conducted 8 administrative hearings, 6 that originated this fiscal and 2 from fiscal year 2023 before the department's hearing officer. Also, the general counsel drafted 11 recommendations to waive and not waive citations and 1 preliminary determination for noncompliance for a business operating in violation of the commissioner's decision and order. The DLCA's Enforcement Division issued citations totaling $134,550,000. Of this amount, $12,513 was paid without the intervention from the legal division. The legal division's efforts resulted in the recovery of an additional $25,286.75. For the remaining $96,750, the legal division is scheduling hearings to collect on this balance. This initiative involved reviewing citation logs, proactive communication with businesses, and scheduling hearings before our administrative hearing officer. Most businesses settle their obligations before the hearing date, and 1 entered a payment plan in the department. This success was achieved using cloud-based legal practice management software to efficiently manage operations, cases, and clients. Office of Cannabis Regulations. Pursuant to Act Number 8167, effective January 17, 2019, the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation was established on January 3, 2022, to implement, administer the provisions of the Virgin Islands Medicinal Cannabis Patient Care Act. On January 18, 2023, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act, Act 8680, was signed into law, decriminalizing simple possession of cannabis and creating pathways for adult medicinal and sacramental use. The DLCA continues to support the OCR administratively as it established its operations. The OCR experienced a transition period in the first half of the year when the initial executive director resigned, resulting in a 3.5-month gap before our new executive director began her tenure. During this interim, the Cannabis Advisory Board approved the rules and regulations, and there are now 5 individual license applications available on the OCR website. The new executive director is diligently working on staffing the office and collaborating with partner agencies, including the DLCA, the Department of Property and Procurement, Health, Planning and Natural Resources, the Office of the Governor, and the Virgin Islands Police Department to expedite the issuance of cannabis business licenses. Funding and staffing will be critical to the successful rollout of the cannabis program. The Alcohol Control Unit. The Alcohol Control Unit is a reintroduction of the Alcohol Control Board under the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The unit operates under the Office of the Commissioner. Personnel within this unit are tasked with actively educating, regulating, and monitoring the sales, the standardization, and the distribution of alcohol in the United States Virgin Islands. The Alcohol Unit has several functions, and together these functions enhance the unit's ability as well as its capability to effectively or efficiently carry out our tasks. These tasks include labeling, issuing alcohol release forms, conducting random inspections, approving licenses, monitoring and regulating establishments, and documenting the volume of alcohol imported to and exported from the territory. The alcohol license categories and license distribution per island is as follows. Tavern Keeper A. On St. Thomas, we have 205 licenses, St. Croix 113, and St. John 62. And the Tavern Keeper A generates $190,000 in revenue. Tavern Keeper B. On St. Thomas, we have 53 licensees. St. Croix, we have 35. And St. John, we have 14. And the Tavern Keeper B generates $30,600 in revenues. A liquor wholesaler license. On St. Thomas, we have 22 liquor wholesalers. St. Croix, 7. St. John, 2. And this category generates $24,800. Hotel Keeper license. Hotel Keeper liquor license. On St. Croix, we have 6 of those. On St. Thomas, we have 6 of those. On St. Croix, we have 3. St. John, we have 1. This category generates $4,000 in license. In revenues, my apologies. Microbrewer. On St. Thomas, we have 2 microbrewer. St. Croix, 1. St. John, 1. And this license generates $1,300 in revenues. A brewer license. On St. Thomas, we have 2 brewers, St. Croix 1, St. John none, and this category generates $1,800 in revenues. The nightclub license. On St. Thomas, we have 44 nightclubs, St. Croix 29, St. John 1. This category generates $103,600 in license. And a tavern keeper, storekeeper liquor license. On St. Thomas, we have 1. St. Croix, we have 8. And St. John, 1. This category generates $5,000 in license for a total of $361,100 in revenue from these alcohol licenses. The alcohol unit is also responsible for reporting the monthly rum export volumes from both the Diageo and Crucian rum factories. As of now, the total gallons exported for the fiscal year 2024 amounts to 12,408,699. The breakdown is as follows. Crucian rum for a total of 4,616,832, and Diageo for a total of 7,791,867 proof gallons. To date, the alcohol unit has issued 22 notices of violation totaling over $50,000, which has been achieved with our current limited personnel. Additional staff and equipment for this unit would significantly increase revenue generation. Currently, the alcohol unit operates with only 1 territorial coordinator and an office assistant, and with 2 alcohol control inspector positions remaining vacant. Staffing. The department's fiscal year 2024 current staffing level is 45, all of which are funded by the general fund. All budgeted positions are currently filled or are in the process of being filled. Of the 45 positions, 22 are in St. Croix District and 23 are now in St. Thomas St. John District. There are 8 vacant positions. These vacant positions are the Director of Administrative and Business Management in the St. Thomas District, and Executive Director for Boards and Commissions in the St. Croix District. 2 alcohol inspectors, 1 per each island, a legal office administrator on St. Croix, receptionist on St. Croix, a paralegal researcher on St. Thomas, and a special investigator in our St. Thomas District. The department has received 2 new positions for fiscal year 2025. The new positions for fiscal year 2025 are funded at 50% and are as follows: an enforcement officer for the St. Thomas District and an administrative assistant for the St. Thomas District. Fiscal year 2025 is allocated as indicated below. The Office of the Commissioner on St. Croix, we have 4 employees, St. Thomas, St. John 3, and 1 vacant for a total of 8. The Office of Management and Business Administration, we have one employee on St. Croix, 1 employee on St. Thomas, 2 vacants for a total of 4. Our legal division, we have 1 employee on St. Croix, 1 employee on St. Thomas St. John. I'm sorry. We have 1 legal on St. Croix, 2 on St. John. 1 vacant for a total of 4. Licensing, we have 4 on St. Croix, 7 on St. John, no vacant for a total of 11. Consumer Affairs, we have 5 on St. Croix, 4 on St. Thomas St. John, 0 vacant for a total of 9. Boards and Commissions, we have 9. We have Boards and Commissions, we have 2 on St. Croix, 2 on St. Thomas St. John, and 1 vacant for a total of 6. Enforcement, we have 4 on St. Croix, 3 on St. Thomas St. John, 1 vacant for a total of 8. Alcohol, we have 1 on St. Croix, 1 on St. Thomas St. John, and 2 vacant positions. The lack of adequate staffing presents a significant obstacle to attaining greater results from the enforcement and consumer divisions and expeditious outcomes for our customers, both internal and external. A stronger presence of inspectors and investigators in the field will provide consumers with more confidence in the department and help to reduce any offenses committed by businesses going unnoticed. Currently, the Enforcement Division consists of 1 director, 3 enforcement officers on St. Croix, 2 enforcement officers, and 1 chief in the St. Thomas St. John District. Ideally, our enforcement unit needs an additional 3 officers in the St. Thomas St. John to adequately serve the needs of the Virgin Islands. At this time, the Weights and Measures Unit, which operates within the Division of Consumer Affairs, is functioning with 1 Weights and Measure Inspectors and 1 Senior Weights and Measure Inspector in the District of St. Thomas and St. John, and 1 Weights and Measure Inspector along with a Chief in St. Croix District. To adequately serve the needs of the Virgin Islands, this division needs an additional 2 employees, which includes 1 Weights and Measure Inspector and 1 Senior Weights and Measure Inspector. These positions are essential to ensure DLC has enough inspectors to cover all retail stores, gas stations, grocery stores, fishermen and farmers, as well as perform associate tasks to meet the needs of our external customers. Currently, the Consumer Protection Unit consists of 1 Consumer Compliance and Protection Officer and 1 Senior Consumer Compliance and Protection Officer in the St. Thomas St. John District, along with 1 Chief Consumer Compliance and Protection Officer and 1 Consumer Compliance and Protection Officer in St. Croix District. To adequately serve the Virgin Islands, the Consumer Protection Unit ideally needs 1 additional officer on both islands and both districts. Lastly, we request an allocation of $50,000 for overtime and night differential. This funding is crucial for implementing nighttime initiative to address bars and nightclub businesses. From the period of June 12, 2023 to September 30th, 2023, in just over 2.5 months, a total of $36,850 in citations were issued for infractions observed after 5 p.m. The additional hours will enable our staff to conduct thorough inspections and enforce regulations during peak operating hours for these establishments. This initiative aims to enhance public safety, ensure compliance with the licensing requirements, and address any consumer protection issues that arise during nighttime operations. By increasing our field presence during these critical hours, we can provide better oversight and support to the community. Our goals, initiatives, and accomplishments. Website enhancement. Significant progress has been made in improving our online application for processing for the Division of Boards and Commissions through ongoing collaboration with our current contractor. These enhancements aim to streamline processes and boost efficiency within this division. However, efforts are still underway to enhance the consumer complaint and citation tracking, case management, and documentation of regulatory activities. These aspects of the web application are being actively addressed to improve functionality and effectiveness. The department recognizes the importance of these improvements and is committed to implementing them. We have submitted an RFP to be advertised, seeking the reputable firm to overhaul DLC's website and online services. The RFP includes transforming our current system into a sophisticated case management system, ensuring that each division operates cohesively rather than in silos. These strategic upgrades will reduce in-person requests and provide answers to common questions, thereby decreasing the number of inquiries and support requests, saving critical time and resources. The use of AI will enable automated responses to frequently asked questions and provide real-time assistance to users, significantly reducing the speed for human intervention and allowing staff to focus on more complex tasks. A key component of the RFP is the inclusion of a mobile app, ensuring DLC's website is compatible with a wide range of personal electronic devices, which is crucial in today's digital landscape. Furthermore, as the department is responsible for consumer protection, the RFP includes provisions for cybersecurity measures. This strategic investment aims to safeguard sensitive consumer and business data, reinforcing our commitment to high security standards over the next decade. By focusing on these enhancements, the department aims to provide a more robust and efficient web application. This will enable better tracking and management of consumer complaints, legal cases, and regulatory measures, thereby improving the overall performance and effectiveness of the department's operations. Our second goal is the cost of living analysis for food and housing. A food and housing cost analysis began in the Virgin Islands in April 2017, but the first report lacked thoroughness due to the unavailability of certain data. Recently, funding has been secured to resume the analysis with a new performance period beginning December 31st, 2024, concluded on December 31st, 2026. The renewed analysis will not only focus on the cost of food and construction materials, but will also delve into the cost of other essential goods and services that impacts the cost of living, such as labor and energy costs. By expanding the scope and ensuring the availability of necessary data, the analyst aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the factors influencing the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. our outreach initiatives, DLCA has continued its community outreach efforts on consumer topics and educating businesses on the business license requirements. Some of the ongoing public outreach and educational initiatives are our Talk DLCA, which is a monthly virtual series to hear community concerns and educate on the DLCA's initiatives held via Zoom and town hall meetings. Purpose to educate the community in various areas overseen by DLCA. Conversations with AARP. The DLCA regularly contribute to this virtual series hosted by AARP of the Virgin Islands, offering consumer protection tips to the territory's elderly population. Territorial gas servers and Seoul Petroleum wholesale fuel rate pricing at Limetree Bay terminals are made readily available to consumer via DLCA's website. A robust digital media presence with platforms of social media, which are used to share public service announcements, ads, press releases, alcohol hearing notice, upcoming events, and general information. Email blasts are also utilized to notify businesses of initiatives and other important messages from the DLCA. DLCA's strategic internal outreach initiative aimed to enhance the skill and capabilities in the form of employee training and development. This training will focus on key areas including customer advocacy and effective complaint handling. By investing in these crucial training modules, we aim to empower our entire team to deliver exceptional service, resolve conflicts efficiently, advocate effectively for consumer rights, and manage your tasks more proficiently. This initiative is designed to foster a culture of excellence within our department, ensuring that our staff is well equipped to handle the diverse and complex needs of our constituents, thereby enhancing overall satisfaction and trust in our services. In closing, I want to emphasize that the DLCA is comprised of an exceptional team of individuals dedicated to improving our service to the business and consumer public. I extend my sincere thanks to Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and this administration for their support of DLCA. I am grateful and thankful to work with DLCA, who assist our clients professionally and competently. They are the true public servants, and together everyone achieves more. This concludes fiscal year 2025 budget testimony for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Thank you for your time. The members of Team DLCA and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from, are you ready? Ms. Moorhead, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Donna Frett Gregory, Chair of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other members of this committee, other members of the 35th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation, a subsidiary division of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Although the office is still an office of one for at least a few more weeks, I am joined today by my DLCA support team, including Commissioner H. Natalie Hodge, Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham Jr., Acting Director of Administration and Finance Lorraine Fredericks, General Counsel Geraldine Vaval, and Director Matthew Paget. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony before this body to discuss the funding, accomplishments, and goals for the Office of Cannabis Regulation for fiscal years 2024 and 25. The Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation was first created pursuant to Act Number 8167, the Virgin Islands Medicinal Cannabis Patient Care Act, which was a direct result of a 2014 referendum whereby 56.5% of the Virgin Islands voting public voted to support the licensing and regulation of medicinal marijuana, patients, caregivers, cultivators, and distribution centers. Approximately 1 year after the passage of Act 8167, the 34th legislature enacted the more comprehensive Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act, Act number 8680. The Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act recognized the need to expand the cannabis industry in order to provide additional opportunities for employment and business ownership for Virgin Islands residents, to alleviate social injustices experienced by persons subjected to the criminal justice system in matters related to the cultivation, sale, and possession of marijuana, to recognize cultural and sacramental uses of cannabis, and to generate much-needed tax revenues for the territory. This Cannabis Use Act further established a holistic regulated system for the cultivation, manufacture, and sale of cannabis for adult, medicinal, and sacramental use. Governed by the Cannabis Advisory Board, a body of 11 persons appointed by the governor and approved by the legislature, the Office of Cannabis Regulation has the executive authority to implement and administer the provisions in Act 8680, including but not limited to promulgating rules and regulations related to the cultivation, manufacture, sale, dispensary, testing, licensing, and use of cannabis, prescriptive use of cannabis, and sacramental use. The office's first executive director was Ms. Hannah Carty, who served from 2022 to March 2024, and I am the second executive director joining this office on May 20th, 2024. During fiscal year 2024, the Office of Cannabis Regulations Executive Director maintained office operations as a staff of one and was able to draft rules and regulations that were adopted and approved in April 2024. I strongly encourage anyone in the listening or viewing audience who is interested in any aspect of the cannabis industry here in the Virgin Islands to familiarize themselves with these rules and regulations, as they provide in great detail all of the requirements for not only individual cards, but also licensing requirements related to dispensaries, cultivation, manufacturing, research and development, and testing. The rules and Act 8680 can be found on our website, ocr.vi.gov, on the Governance and Regulations page. In addition to adopting the governing rules and regulations, Ms. Carty previously testified before the legislature in March of this year that the registry system was rolled out on January 17th, 2024. The registry system is an online system where all practitioners, patients, sacramental organizations, sacramental users, and designated caregivers can apply for, register, and receive their identification cards. At the time of her last testimony in March, only the applications for sacramental organizations and practitioners were live. The contracted vendor for the system, Tyler Technologies, was able to make all 5 of the online application systems available even sooner than previously expected, and all 5 are now live. What that means for our Virgin Islands residents is that any medical patients and/or their designated caregivers, sacramental organizations and users, and medical practitioners can go to our website at ocr.vi.gov right now and apply for their identification card. To date, we have 2 certified practitioners and 1 application pending. Through Act 8167, $500,000 was appropriated to the Office of Cannabis Regulation and received in 2021 as a loan per the statute. Act 8363 then appropriated $250,000 received in 2022 specifically for software acquisition. And finally, through Act 8680, this body appropriated funding to the Office of Cannabis Regulation totaling $1 million to facilitate the establishment of operations. With the adoption of the rules and regulations and the expected rollout of the cannabis business license applications, funding and staffing of the OCR will be critical to maintaining momentum. I have been working closely with DLCA's Commissioner Natalie Hodge and the Director of Administration and Finance, Lorraine Fredericks, to post or repost job openings as quickly as possible. In fact, I have extended a job offer to 1 person so far in the office administrator position, and pending her completed paperwork, We hope to have her officially on board in August. Additionally, we're working with the Division of Personnel to edit one position that was previously posted as part-time, adding some responsibilities and changing it to full-time. We anticipate hiring 2 enforcement officers per district as a start. The goal is to have these additional 5 full-time positions filled by the end of August to ensure a smooth rollout of the application and licensing process. As the rollout process continues to full licensing and regulatory operations, and we assess and measure the needs and demands of the industry, there will be a need to increase the staffing capacity at the Office of Cannabis Regulation to include, at minimum, an additional administrative support position, a public safety coordinator, a training specialist, and a full enforcement team comprised of investigators and compliance enforcement officers. These additional personnel would likely not be hired before fiscal year 26. Looking ahead to fiscal year 2025, it will be vital that the Office of Cannabis Regulation continues to be funded to fully realize the scope of work outlined in the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act. Expenditures in fiscal year 24 have been limited due to the office being staffed by only 1 person, the time required getting the rules and regulations approved and adopted through all of the proper channels, and the eventual departure of the first executive director. Limited, however, does not mean that work and therefore spending was not being completed. In addition to the personnel costs in fiscal year 24, payment was completed to Tyler Technologies for the registry portal and software totaling $248,666.66 and utilizing the appropriation of Act 8363. It is important to know that per the contract between the government of the Virgin Islands and Tyler Technologies, we are obligated to make payments of the same amount in year 2, which falls in fiscal year 25, and year 3 falling in fiscal year 26. At this time, the OCR has also encumbered an additional $100,000 for a vendor who was responsive to an RFP published in November of 2023 to procure services for a seed-to-sale inventory management system. Through the normal proposal evaluation process managed by the Department of Property and Procurement, a vendor was selected. Unfortunately, the timing coincided with the departure of the previous executive director, and so moving that vendor selection to signed contract has been stymied. The contract, however, the contract draft is now in the hands of the OCR DLCA and Property and Procurement for review, and we hope to have that signed by the end of July or early August at the latest. If signed as presented, the expense commitment would be $100,000 for year 1, $103,000 for year 2, and $106,090 for year 3, with a renewal option for year 4 and year 5. Some additional recurring expenses for the OCR include annual membership to national organizations pertaining to the cannabis regulation and cannabis business industries, such as Cannabis Regulators Association, or CANRA. As with any professional organization, access to a nationwide network of professionals in our industry is critical to ensuring that the Virgin Islands remains at the forefront of cannabis regulation technology, applications, and best practices. Most important of all, our membership in CANRA allows us to collaborate and coordinate with jurisdictions throughout the United States and abroad to identify and share best practices that safeguard public health and consumer safety, promote equity, and create regulatory certainty for industry participants. The current annual membership fees for CANRA are $2,500 plus fees for associated meetings and conferences. The Office of Cannabis Regulation personnel expenses will also see a substantial increase compared to previous years as the work of the office expands. The hiring of the first 6 staff members discussed earlier will see an immediate related increase in personnel expenses to $478,000 for salaries, plus benefits totaling $224,660 for a total personnel cost of $702,660. Depending on the actual hire dates, some of those costs will potentially be expended within FY24 and some within FY25. One of the factors that will determine whether the Office of Cannabis Regulation remains with a total of 7 staff or expands later in FY25 will be the assessment and evaluation of the responses for licensing. As mentioned, individual and sacramental organization identification cards are available now. We have not been able to open applications for cannabis business licenses yet. There are 2 critical pieces of the infrastructure that must be solidified first in order for those who wish to have businesses to be able to fulfill all statutory requirements, namely an in-territory certified testing facility and the seed-to-sale inventory tracking system. The inventory tracking system need will be addressed in short order, as mentioned earlier, when we finalize the contract with the selected vendor. Based on the timeline provided in the draft contract, the provider is suggesting approximately 100 days between notice to proceed and end date. Regarding laboratory testing facilities, we have been in discussion with the Director of Laboratories for the Department of Health regarding the public health laboratory's capacity for testing. The lab needs 2 pieces of additional equipment in order to run the full spectrum of tests utilized as an industry standard. The total cost of that equipment is approximately $200,000. To ensure that we have at least 1 testing facility in the territory in time for the issuance of cannabis business licenses, that includes dispensaries and cultivators, the OCR is prepared to purchase the equipment for DOH's public laboratory. This will not preclude the OCR from allowing other private testing facilities to be certified, provided they can meet the certification requirements and have all the equipment and can also fulfill the product testing requirements. It is important to note that while the inventory tracking system development work is being conducted and the laboratory equipment is being ordered, the OCR also intends to open the application process for the first 3 dispensary licenses on St. Thomas and St. Croix and 1 on St. John, as well as the first cultivation licenses. Due to the lengthy evaluation and investigatory process for those licenses, we believe that these processes can run simultaneously so that we do not further delay the much anticipated issuance of business licenses. One of my goals for the upcoming year is to launch a robust public education and outreach campaign with the participation of key partner agencies within the government of the Virgin Islands, such as the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Health, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, and others. This will be vital to educating the public, not only those who are in favor of, but importantly also those who are critical of legalized and regulated cannabis, on specifically how the arrival of the industry here in the Virgin Islands will affect them. While we do not yet have concrete figures for such a campaign, we would expect to utilize print, radio, and online news media and social media sources for advertising and marketing, as well as hosting in-person lunch and learn or fireside chat type sessions to continue to educate the public and those interested in an ownership stake in our burgeoning cannabis industry as to the do's and don'ts. A conservative estimate of what this overall campaign may cost is approximately $20,000, which includes the estimated costs of printed materials and advertising spaces in print and digital media. Similar to every agency, the Office of Cannabis Regulation also has general operating expenses that include office supplies and equipment such as telephones and computers, office furniture, vehicles yet to be purchased that will facilitate agency business and enforcement, intra-territory and national travel and training expenses, National Industry Association memberships and related training, and other operating expenses. With a very keen eye to running as lean an operation as possible, a conservative estimate for these initial operating expenses is approximately $317,300. The total estimated expenses for the Office of Cannabis Regulation going into FY25 are $1,568,626.66. According to the current balance sheet, the OCR has an available balance of $1,012,849.64, $1 million of which was appropriated until expended. Now that we have a plan for expenditures and based on these projections through fiscal year 25, the OCR will require another appropriation in fiscal year 25 to continue operations. I look forward to providing this body with that information when it becomes appropriate. With the continued support of the 35th Legislature and this committee, I am certain that the hard work begun by the Office of Cannabis Regulation will continue at great pace so that we may finally realize the full benefits of a thriving medical and adult use cannabis industry here in the Virgin Islands of the United States. As I conclude, I would like to extend a public thank you to the Cannabis Advisory Board Chair, Dr. Catherine Ken, and the other board members for their guidance, the Office of the Governor, and specifically the Special Advisor to the Governor, the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, members of this body for their support, and the DLCA team for their unwavering support of the OCR from day one of my arrival. I thank you kindly for this opportunity today to share with your committee the plans and goals for the Office of Cannabis Regulation and stand ready to field any questions you may have regarding our budget.
Thank you for your testimonies, both Commissioner Hodge and Executive Director Moorhead. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 6-minute round because we also have the Office of OCR before us as well. So we're going to do 6 minutes. But let me just ask Commissioner Hodge. So one of the things that's been heavy on my mind is the food basket and the cost analysis and our ability to ensure that those supermarkets in particular who are providing lower costs for the goods, our information is actually out there and remaining competitive so we can levelize some of the expenses that we're seeing or the costs that we're seeing. And it's actually not only for the supermarkets. I'll share with you, just recently, my mom has fell sick, and I was sourcing some medical equipment, and I looked at 2 entities here, businesses here, and the differences in the prices were, in some instances, $40, $60 more for the same item. $60 more. So I was very happy when you spoke about your cost of living and you made reference to food and housing, but there are other goods that we really have to look at. Now, like I said, it's heavy on my mind because I've been having this discussion about, there's a lot of conversation around the whole matter of gross receipt taxes and whether or not gross receipt taxes are in fact the way to go. But the overarching concern is how do we actually account for what's truly inside of the cost of the goods, basically how we pay for goods now and how our businesses pay their gross receipts. So it would really require us, like for instance, a bag of rice, we will have to look at, and this is something that's been on my mind, so I saw it here and I said I would bring it up. We will have to look at, the manufacturer to the boat to excise tax, boat to Virgin Islands to excise tax, trucking to the store cost, which is inclusive of energy, etc. Do we have any sort of, outside of this larger study, have we actually on our own within licensing looked at any of that just for small items, bread, bread, canned goods, rice, that kind of stuff? Have we actually looked at that? I believe that we have an opportunity to actually look at that outside of a larger study, so we can really see what we're truly paying for, what the markup is rather, for the goods that we are consuming, consumables in particular. Have you looked at any of that? The mic of the commissioner, please.
Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the LCA. So from time to time, we do, especially when we see whether Facebook or someone reach out to us, we will do a small investigation, but it's rather hard because our agency is restricted with resources to do so. But from time to time, we will get together and check into that. Unfortunately, with the economy and the factors you have to take into place, the lack of staff, the lack of resources to get the infinite number, we weren't able to produce anything concrete.
Yeah, that's very concerning. And I see that you do have a food and housing cost analysis that you began in 2017, and it lacked thoroughness due to the availability of certain data. So was that done in-house, or did you utilize a contractor?
We utilize a contractor.
Okay. And you ensure that funding has been secured to resume that work with a new performance period. So what is different about the work that will be done that would allow you to receive allow them to have the data to come up with the analysis and the final analysis?
Truth be told, I'm not sure the method and the measures, but I can defer to Director Paget.
Sure.
Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Commissioner. Matthew Paget, Director of Consumer Affairs. So in that study from 2016, 2017, I believe is when it was finalized, they took information from multiple sources, consumer price index, and they compared the averages to the cost of goods and services in the southern portion of the United States. One of the determinations was the cost of ocean freight.
Say that again, the cost of ocean.
One of the significant price difference makers was the cost of ocean freight, the cost for refrigerated goods, the cost for items that may not clear customs fast enough, and spoilage and loss that doesn't even make it into the store, and the store has to pay for that because they purchased it from a wholesaler or their supplier. Really, the relationships that are developed between the business and their supplier wholesaler, the bigger chains that are established in other places like Puerto Rico or the southern part of the United States or the southeastern part of the United States, have a better opportunity for receiving those items. And we were receiving reports from the smaller stores that depend on third parties that they haven't established those relationships with. They'd put in an order for, and this is just all purely hypothetical, 100 cases of water. They'd only be able to get fulfilled at 30 because there just wasn't enough. And most of the wholesalers, suppliers, they go by pecking order for who's the longest, most reliable customers. Outside of that, the cost of energy, I don't think is a surprise to anybody on this dais. That's a significant impact. The average was approximately 50 kilowatt hours per 1 square foot. So a 250,000 or a 50,000 square foot facility would be about 250,000 kilowatt hours. In Arizona, that might cost $120,000. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, 1.4 million. So it's a significant difference with just the storage, transportation, and the wind and storm insurance, the cost of employees, the cost of insurance, everything gets taken into account. So when they do the study, they pull all that data from as many sources as they can that are available.
Yeah, thank you for your response. So that's it in a nutshell. I think it's so important that we put that in a record and share it with our community. But what's equally as important is the situation that we have with our energy. And, you know, we continue to talk about inflation and the fact that there's inflation on the mainland, but our inflation looks very different from the inflation on the mainland because of our challenges that we have with our energy. And, you know, until we are able to can or levelize what we have occurring with our energy, unfortunately, we're going to continue to see these exorbitant price points on our, what do we call it, cost of goods sold. Yeah, cost of goods sold. And, you know, I brought it up in this committee because there has been discussions with many businesses about their concerns with the gross receipt tax and the fact that they would prefer to see a sales tax. But in order for us to do that, to move in that direction, we're going to have to levelize and understand exactly what's happening with the goods that's coming into the territory from the sale meaning the boat, the manufacturer to the boat, all the way to the store, and then the goods, the cost, the labor, the energy, etc. So this is a very difficult thing for us to achieve as far as moving in the direction of even giving consideration to a sales tax, because we don't have control over what's happening right now with these goods as a result of our exorbitant energy crisis, as well as our ocean freight challenges. Because when the freight comes here, it comes full, but when it goes back empty. So going back empty is also a cost. So we're paying coming and going, but we're not sending anything back. So there's a lot that we have to contemplate inside of this cost of, and there must be some, and let me just ask Commissioner, I think that, you know, I remember back in the day we used a lot of terms about having summits and those types of things, but I think that there must be some discussion or some think tank or stakeholders really beginning to focusing on how do we begin to chip away at this issue, because this issue is a vexing issue in our community, and we really have to figure out how do we begin to chip away at it. There must be some coming together of the minds as it relates to the cost of living in the Virgin Islands, particularly around our goods that we purchase here in the territory. But I'm not going to belabor that issue any longer. I'm going to go to, I see Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, thank you for being here, non-committee member. Good afternoon. I'm going to move to the next senator, to the first senator, and that's Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
And your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Insightful. I know this is a budget hearing, but I just need to piggyback on my colleague in respect to the cost of living analysis for food and housing, and lack of thoroughness as respect to the analysis. And they're going to start again in December. But what was the thoroughness that was missing? What was missing? What was missing? It's been a while, and this is critical in respect to food and housing here in the territory. So what was missing?
Senator Matthew Padgett, Director of Consumer Affairs. So the portion that was missing was statistics typically collected through the Bureau of Economic Research and the Consumer Price Index. The information was available for mainland U.S., but in the territory, that information was.
So no data here, no data in the territory. Not enough data here in the territory, that's what you're saying?
Not enough to make a thorough analysis.
Very well, I would beg to differ, but very well. And that's where our boards and commission comes in on page 11 of your testimony, Commissioner. On the VI Board of Contractor Trades and Craft, do they even have a quorum? Is 9 board members and they only have 4 members active at this time. That's a problem. That's a big problem. That's an issue because right now we are in the middle of a recovery, rebuilding, and these are the individuals who actually are at the head and front of that space. And what's going on in terms of assuring that we get enough board members to move forward, because contractors come to me all the time, and it's a problem. What are we doing in that space?
So, good afternoon, Natalie Hodge, Commissioner. We have advertised, we have received resumes, and the Office of Boards and Commissions and the Governor's Office. We have also sent a packet back to the applicant, or the interested party, but we don't receive the response. So there's a lapse there. Some should, we advertise, send us your resume, let us know you're interested, but they have to finish the nominating packet. That's a big challenge.
Very well, we'll drill on that at another time. I don't want to use all my time on that because I think it's very important. And in addition to that, in terms of cost of living here in the territory, we also have a major issue on page 12 of your testimony. Also, you spoke about customer complaints. You say you only have 168 complaints. I know our offices get about that amount on a regular and more. And it speaks about weights and measure unit. And when it comes to the prices of gas at the gas stations, etc., we get complaints every day about the cost, and we see on television every day how the prices coming down on a regular basis, but the prices don't change as much as they should here in the territory. Not only in my opinion, but in many individuals' opinion, as a matter of fact. And my question is, when it comes to the weights and measure division at licensing, you say you have vacancy. 8 vacancies, correct? 8 vacancies, you stated in the testimony?
For weights and measures?
No, to other
Yes.
whole 8. Does any of those vacancies affect that division in any way, shape, or form?
Not no more, Senator. You need me to state the name? Not no more, Senator. No, those positions have been filled, and although they have been filled, we are requesting another 2 employee for that division.
Okay, very well, because I know in respect to fees and fines, etc., with the inspection, it will increase your revenues, correct?
Yes.
Revenue collection.
Definitely.
Okay, very well. Well, I look forward to seeing that those individuals come on board and seeing what is being done in that space, because we get a lot of complaints from our constituents in respect to that. Let's talk to investigators also. When it comes to
1 minute,
those areas also, you said you wanted to onboard 2 more investigators. How many investigators you spoke to?
Are we talking about enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have 1 investigator for boards and commissions, and that's to investigate the boards and commissions. The complaints are coming through that division. Now, investigators in terms of enforcement officers, I think we're requesting an additional 3. In the fiscal year 2025, OMB gave us 4, so we were going to ask for 4, but 1 is already given, so therefore we need an additional 3.
30 seconds.
Okay, I know the chair stated she will be bringing you in after budget hearing, so I have a lot of questions in terms of drilling down in other areas, but it's a budget hearing. So let me conclude with the Office of OCV Cannabis. Good afternoon, Ms. Moorhead. In respect to your office and the potential in terms of revenues that can be generated here in the territory. I'm happy that you are on board. I may have one for now, and you said you have another individual that will be on board in August.
Time.
I look forward to hearing more information out there in the public in respect to the process, because we get calls and questions everywhere we go. Many individuals are already getting themselves prepared. So I look forward to having further discussion and seeing how we can actually jumpstart that industry here in the territory. And thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for your responses, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. My question is to the Executive Director of OCR. I know you mentioned briefly about vehicles. Well, we know for sure you have to move around, so how you plan to address that?
Good afternoon. Thank you. Joanne Moorhead, Office of Cannabis Regulations. In my proposed expenses for the upcoming year, I would like to get at least 2 vehicles, one on each district, because it's impossible to do that. So I don't yet have any.
Let me get to the point. When can you see yourself getting a vehicle for OCR?
I would like to get it as soon as possible.
No, based on what you're projecting.
Yeah, definitely this calendar year. I would at least hope to have that appropriated, encumbered to purchase a vehicle.
Please do. Property and procurement. Okay, if you have any extra vehicle, give this lady one, please. We have work to be done.
That question has been asked, and I'm told there aren't extras.
Property and procurement. In all honesty, you need to be able to traverse. The governor spoke about this cannabis thing during the election. We all supported it. We want to see that revenue coming into the government coffers. At least you need to be able to traverse. That should even be a discussion here today. You have plenty of vehicles in government. We just take away some people's vehicle if you ask me. But anyway, get yourself a vehicle, okay?
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator James.
As far as the Tyler Technologies, I see $200,000, and that's for the maintenance software of the medicinal cannabis patient registry. And based on what I'm seeing here, it should have ended June 26, 2024. Are we going to renew with them? Anybody aware of that?
Tyler Technologies was paid this year $248,666.66, and their contract is for 3 years. So we are obligated to, that was just year 1, so we're obligated to 2 more years. And Tyler Technologies is who is responsible for the online portal that is already active, the registry.
Okay, when you plan to get them, they're currently online, or you're renewing?
Correct.
They're currently online?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going based off the post-audit report. And then you mentioned where, okay, Palm Beach County, going to DLCA now. $164,000 for online business licensing, and the list goes on. Director Graham, you might have an idea where I'm getting at. Remember you said you were going to upgrade the website, make it more user-friendly, and the list goes on. How is that conversation going along?
Yes. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. That is an ongoing process. We have been engaging the contractor to make those improvements, and they have been, but we also recognize the need to step up that speed. So we have crafted an RFP that we have currently being reviewed by the Bureau of Information Technology to verify if it's sufficient to go out for solicitation. So that should be forthcoming.
And then while I'm at it, speaking about the $164,000 for the online business license services, you know, recently we passed the Digital Experience Act or something like that. Is my good millennial colleague. So please take that into consideration when you're updating the website. You know about that act, right? Mm-hmm. All right, so please take that into consideration. And the chief weights and measures, right? Based on the post audit report on page 12, we have 5 positions, right? Can anyone state those 5 positions? I'm trying to get at something here.
Matthew Paget, Commissioner, did you want to?
Go ahead.
The 5 positions, I believe my position is in the weights and measures, and then we have a chief weights and measures inspector, a senior weights and measures inspector, and 2 weights and measures inspectors.
And earlier, the commissioner mentioned about additional resources. Commissioner, elaborate. We are in a budget hearing. You said that you need more resources to be able to carry out some of the duties for weights and measures. I think it was either the chair or one of my colleagues asked, and you said you would need more resources.
Not
1 minute.
Not specifically weights and measures, but yes, we were having a conversation about regulating the price of food, and I was saying, currently the department, we're restricted in not just human resources, but even the expertise to do something like that.
Okay. So is a cost attached to it?
We're going to create a division, there definitely is a cost.
And that's what I'm getting at. So you're not going to do it for this fiscal year?
30 seconds.
No, but I can work on it for next fiscal year.
Okay, so I'm going to leave that alone. Anything for next Tom, I let the senators deal with that. You want more right now, what I have control over. But as far as the DLCA, I know it is very competitive right now across government when it comes to getting enforcement officers. How do you plan to remain competitive knowing that we have a need for law enforcement officers? And even for OCR, it's going to be a challenge. So I would like for both of you, starting with DLCA, to mention how you plan to make enforcement officer positions more attractive, both of you.
I will definitely defer that to the Director of Enforcement on St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Will Francis, Director of Enforcement. As it pertains to attractiveness of we're bringing in additional personnel, we would be renegotiating, the union would be renegotiating contracts in short order. I know one of the things that was mentioned was the willingness to be able to raise the salaries slightly, only to be able to meet the steps with the Virgin Islands Police Departments. And also we are aiming to be able to provide a great work environment. Realistically, we spend more time at work than we do at home. And so our goal is to make sure that we have a welcoming family at the Division of Enforcement.
And OCR?
Joanne Moorhead, Director of Office of Cannabis Regulation. The best way I can answer is that I'm hoping that as the newest, shiniest department in the government, we have people who are interested in coming over to OCR for enforcement. Because our positions are exempt, I'm able to offer a little bit more, perhaps. I'm not trying to poach, but I probably will poach.
My time was called, I don't want to abuse it. And it is very important that we have this conversation, especially for OCR. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. So let's go back to the conversation around the vehicles. How many, and this is for OCR, how many enforcement officers or enforcement type personnel do you intend to hire in this fiscal year and in the upcoming fiscal year?
There's not that many months remaining in this fiscal year, but between the end of this fiscal year and next, I would really like to hire at least 2 enforcement officers in each district to start with.
4?
So a total of 4, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're hiring 4. And then you talked about vehicles. So in order for us to hire enforcement officers, and in order for them to effectively do their jobs, they need vehicles. So the next follow-up question is, do you have in your current budget the funding, you have 24, to support the hiring of 4 enforcement type officers? I think you had, what, $561,000? Just off the top of my head, I may be wrong, for FY '24.
That money, Madam Chair, was appropriated actually to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for personnel expenses. So if I can get those folks in before
Right.
the end of this fiscal year, yes, I do.
So where's the advertising? Status of the advertising of those positions?
Those positions were posted earlier this year, and we already do have some applicants. And so I'm hoping to start some interviews next week or the week after with the applicants that we have who have indicated that they are still available and interested.
What's the salary?
$67,000.
And do they have to go to post?
They have to be peace officers, yes. And there's additional training for cannabis enforcement.
And y'all came up with this salary how?
I think that was before our time, so the board and the former executive directors, these were salaries already on the books.
Yeah.
I am for people making whatever salary they deserve to make. The issue that I have is when we have the salaries that the delta is so wide, it creates an issue for those other agencies. I mean, the salary has to, I think you talked about a study, I think we talked about someone else who was here that was HFA. How do we come up with our salaries in the government? We don't just come up with a salary of X dollars. We have to look at what the going rate is here and figure that out. That, the way that, I mean, you're saying it's before your time, but have you looked at what across agencies, what these very similar type, I mean, even within your department proper, what is the salary for your enforcement officers, Commissioner?
Our starting salary for our enforcement, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Fredericks, but I think it's $41,000.
So what's the difference in the enforcement and OCR? What are they doing different?
While the duties may perceive to be similar, I think just dealing with the cannabis and the cannabis laws and, the investigating the chemical components, I just think it involves a little bit more than what my officers will be doing.
And what about VIPD? I mean, across the board, this should be looked at a little different, and this is not to your department proper. This just is strategically, or from a planning perspective, how do we lay out our salaries so we don't have challenges within the across organizations and people, like the director just said, that there will be some poaching here.
Right.
I mean, naturally. I mean, it's basically we are operating a government. This is a government, so this is one government. We are operating. So basically, what's happening is who could offer the highest salary, then everybody move over to the place that offers the most salary. This is not good business. That's not good government. I mean, we're talking about one government. And then under I had a note here, but I lost my train of thought on it, so I will move on to the next senator. But, so the vehicles. So if we are hiring new personnel, why are we not purchasing the vehicles at the same time? When the enforcement officer come on board and tell them you're going to car? Is it that funding is an issue?
Well, yes. The funding is the issue. So the prior to my arrival here, I know that there have been other proposals put forward that included a total of 5 vehicles. In the interest of keeping expenses, again, the Office of Cannabis Regulation does not actually have an appropriation for 2025. And so I only have the $1 million that was appropriated through 8680 and is until expended. So I was trying to, for the purposes of the discussion today, start with a certain level of expenses, knowing that it's not going to last us. It just isn't. But to give you an idea of at least initial expenses, because we have to start expending this money in order to even start the conversation to increase some appropriations from this body.
But we have to do it in a strategic way as to how the agency is set up and what are the priorities at the time. So we know right now in the territory, we have, I mean, we get the calls all the time. We have individual businesses who are in fact selling cannabis products. We know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we are aware. So you have the $1 million. If we're going to hire if we're hiring personnel, then we should be procuring the vehicles at the same time. Otherwise, you hiring a bunch of people will be frustrated. They're not going to be able to perform their duties. So, you don't do the fiscal stuff in your shop, correct? That's done in licensing proper?
Correct.
So you would have to say to them, I want to procure 4 new vehicles, 5 new vehicles, $200,000. I don't think you have an option if you're going to actually get the Office of Cannabis Regulation off the ground. You can't look at what you don't have. You have to look at, this is what we have to do. If we are hiring new officers, we got to get the cars, the vehicles ordered, because it takes a while to get them ordered. It makes no sense to bring folks on board for enforcement, to do enforcement absent of that. And we know we have a challenge right now with folks, knowing that we don't have enforcement. And that was one of the concerns with us moving the legislation for adult use. The fact that there's always a challenge in the U.S. Virgin Islands with enforcement. We pass this is outside of this, but we pass a law on loitering. My colleague, the Senate President, he championed that. I think I was a new senator at the time, the loitering law. And we are seeing that people are being gunned down in groups. They're loitering. So that's not being enforced, and that's the issue. Enforcement. So you have to purchase the vehicles. It has to go along with this work. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. Wait, before you go, I think Mr. Francis wanted to say, you may proceed.
I'm sorry to
go ahead.
Be able to provide a little bit of insight. I just wanted to put something on the record with regards to what was discussed. Well, early on in our discussions, we're trying to be able to formulate some standards surrounding OCR and the officers, things of that sort. I know, not if I recall, but I know my memory serves me correctly this time around. And the intent behind of giving the salaries at a little bit higher rate was to make sure that it was made attractive and to be able to try to try to limit corruption. We didn't want to have officers placed in that position who would be getting paid the average salary of a regular entry-level police officer, because the willingness to participate in corrupt behavior may be slightly increased if they were compensated at a lower rate. And ultimately, with OCR, as with any other enforcement agency, bear in mind that they are also police officers, but they will be performing some extra duties, and that which would require a lot more information, a lot more temptation, a lot more specialization. So there will be quite a bit that goes into that, and the intent behind of the higher salary pay for that specific position was to be able to support or to provide some of those issues, prevent some of those issues.
I can accept that. I can accept that. We just have to be more clear in why we're doing what we're doing. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, I have to vehemently disagree. I started the police department in 1987, 14-1. Spent 26 years. Never been corrupt. Never been challenged to be corrupt. So I have to say that from being an law enforcement officer career, I do accept that. So like I said, I respectfully, vehemently disagree. Don't make how much you're getting paid attached to corruption. Don't do it. Please. We law enforcement to the end. Let's be law enforcement. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Now you're ready for me.
And I can accept that too. So we're now going to go to Senator DeGraff for his 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. So, Commissioner, Director, you could bring down your laptop a little bit so I could see the. So, Commissioner, your first time, Director, your first budget. We're going to do crash course right now. Budget 101. First thing first, employees. Number one. So, however you twist or turn your budget the way you need, employees number one. Okay, so I think in 24 you received wage increases?
That is, Commissioner Hodge, Licensing and Consumer Affairs. That is correct, Senator.
Okay, is anyone owed any retro or anything? Was all monies received?
No, Senator.
No retros. Okay, unionized employees? They receive wage increases or were just?
Yes, they have.
Okay, any GS employees?
GS.
The general standard, no. Service employees,
No.
none. You don't have any.
No.
Okay, just checking. For OCR, Director, you have a budget. How much money do you have presently? When you took over this year,
Yes, sir.
how much money you met?
$100,000.
Only all you have $100,000.
How much did I do?
How much money do you have access to you as a director of OCR?
1 million
1 million.
from Act 8680.
Okay.
And I had a balance of, from other appropriations, an additional $12,849.64.
So you have 1,012,849.60.
Yes.
That's all you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your salary is paid out of that?
I believe that was actually paid out of the appropriation given to DLCA in FY24.
Right. Again, we're going back to personnel first. You're the only personnel they have.
Correct.
So your personnel and fringe. How much is your fringe? What percentage?
47%.
47%. Okay, so that 47% personnel and fringe comes out of this 1,012,000 plus?
No.
No?
Not for fiscal year 24.
Not for 24.
For fiscal year 24, it comes out of the appropriation given to DLCA.
The appropriation is the 1 million.
No.
No.
It's another.
It's
An additional.
Correct.
Okay, so then you're being paid by DLCA, so now you have 1,012,000 access to you.
Correct.
You have money for cars. You have money for vehicles. Do you have a facility that you're in? You have an office, a building, separate building someplace?
Not a separate building. We have office space at both DLC offices in St. Thomas and St. Croix.
You're going to need a building. All of those are things, are projections for you. You building an entity. You don't need to be in nobody's office cooped up. You get your own building. All of those are things to look at. So in terms of that, you need to look at personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, utilities, all of that is what you are building your budget to get. Okay? So
Yes,
that's 101. Commissioner, again, in regards to personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, now you have law enforcement officers. How many law enforcement officers do you have? Total, territory-wide?
Currently, I have 7 officers.
7. Okay. I know at one point they weren't working night shifts. Are you working the midnight shift?
Currently, no.
Okay, so when you tell me you have 44 nightclubs in St. Thomas, and nobody ain't walking in the night shift, you setting yourself up. So don't let nobody set you up. I got your back. Okay? So
Thank
the
you.
bottom line is, look at that. You can't have nightclub 44 and say, no, I didn't even count the number how much you tell me at St. Croix. But we have over 50 nightclubs, and you have 7 law enforcement officers. Regardless of what their ranks are, what positions they are, you have to have somebody in the night shift to cover them nightclubs.
I agree,
Period.
Senator. I just need some monies for overtime and night differential. We didn't have any. We didn't have any in our budget.
That is exactly what I want to get at.
Okay, thank you.
And that's what I'm saying. So you're coming for a budget.
Right.
That's what you're asking for. You telling me I have 7 in order for me to cover these nightclubs?
1 minute.
I need X amount of money. Period.
Okay, thank you.
Any senator asks you what you think, don't think. Give them the answer. That's what we're here for budget. That long testimony what they give you to read, to put us to sleep, get rid of it. You're coming for money. This is a budget. Come for money. To make you look good, to serve the people of the territory. Period. Carte blanche.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay? I get your back. Now, delinquent businesses. I heard you mention about delinquent businesses in your testimony.
30 seconds.
How many delinquent businesses do we have, and what kind of money are we talking about is delinquent to the department?
Assistant Commissioner.
Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Currently, we're tracking somewhere in the, we are tracking about 1,990. And our system, how we track it is by the license category. And so it's 1,990 categories, and we're looking at approximately
my time running.
about $600,000 worth of
$600,000 delinquent.
Delinquencies.
That's what you need to come to the budget to tell me. You got to step up. $600,000 delinquent. That's going to get you a night differential. That's going to get you all what you need. But I'm just saying, in regards to that, so that's a plus. And in closing, Madam Chair, if I may, I'm asking, okay, good. Utilities. I see you have $81,000 set for utilities.
Yes, Senator.
Is $81,000 realistic and sufficient for the utilities that have been paid? What are you averaging for the third quarter in 24 budget? What is your utilities currently?
Director Frederick.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Lorraine Fredericks, Director. Thus far, we have paid $61,000 for the fiscal year.
Okay, good. So you figure at the end of the year, so then you're averaging around $20,000 a year, a month, a quarter.
Correct.
Okay.
But we
okay.
would still like some more due to the increases in our water bills that we have seen for the last month.
Well, if you ain't going to tell me we ain't going to get you, you want 81.
No, we could lose at least 100.
But that's what I'm saying. So then you just have to justify. So through the chair, you could send your copies of your quarterly WAPA bills so we could see the increases that have come because we understand this here through the chair. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So if I could adjust or amend your through the chair request, because I don't want to have to add up their WAPA bills. Okay? They could give us the total expenses to date and what the projections are out to fiscal year 2020. The end of this fiscal year, that would work a little better. Okay?
Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Graham, you want to
yes,
say something?
may I just need to make a quick correction to a report I just gave. That was not 600, actually. There was a duplication in there, so that was $346,374.
That's delinquent.
That is delinquent fees.
Delinquent fees, those fees are delinquent as a result of?
A variety of either individuals failing to renew the license timely, if they terminated the license but did not notify us. So part of the process that we go through is trying to identify exactly what the issue is, and we send out notices and other things trying to collect on those fees. So that's what the numbers stand at right now.
So the delinquent numbers are based on late filings.
Either late filings, maybe someone terminated the license but failed to notify us. And so
So you have to provide notice.
Yes.
So this is the question, right? So if you terminate your license, and terminating means that you're no longer doing business, and they fail to notify you, what is the incentive to pay? If I am no longer in business and I terminate, why would I pay? Why would I pay?
The issue is that we wouldn't know that we just look at the record that they have failed to renew the license when the license was due. We go through the process of informing them, sending out a notice. The system sends out an electronic notice telling them that, hey, your license is due for renewal. We are currently in the process of sending out notices informing them of the time frame for the license, the delinquency that was accrued. But perfect opportunity is to say to folks, if you're no longer in business, please contact the DLC and let us know. If you look at your business license, on the face of the business license, you are obligated to notify us.
Yeah, but
if you're no longer in business.
Yes, but it still goes back to how do you're not going to collect that money. So internally, something has to be put in place where after X window period, you move them off the books, and if they look to come back, then they have a compounded penalty or something like that.
And that is exactly what we do.
So explain that process to me.
No, at some point, we'd deem it uncollectible, Senator.
Okay, you do deem it uncollectible, but when they come back, if they come back with the same name, how does that? It
doesn't have Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Assistant Commissioner. If and when they do seek to come back into business, the record stands. They would have to make good on it in order to clear it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. How many enforcement officers you have, Commissioner?
7.
You have 7 enforcement officers, and that's sufficient. How many per district?
Is 3 in St. Croix with the director, so it's 4 total in St. Croix, and 3 in St. Thomas. No, it's not sufficient. In our management letter, they awarded us 1 position. I think we would need 3 more. 3 more would be sufficient. On St. Thomas, currently, we have 2 enforcement officers, and that is not enough for the St. Thomas and John district.
Got it. So you would need how many in each district?
With the 1 more, I just need 3 more in St. Thomas and John.
3 more in St. Thomas. All right. Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Commissioner Natalie Hodge, congratulations on your appointment to the position. Okay, I'm going to start first with Ms. Moorhead with the cannabis, with the rollout thing. You know, this is like you shaman, drop on the floor, and it roll all the way out the bathroom, and you got to go pick it back up. You know, this reminds me, right, of the health department. The cannabis in Licensing and Consumer reminds me of how mental health is to the Department of Health and how Medicaid is to the Department of Human Services. You see, what's happening here, Commissioner, right, is this cannabis division is now a star in Licensing and Consumer Affairs. So the Commissioner is going to have to give all the attention and resources. You know, we see here with the enforcement officers, they're paying more, and you already have similar positions. And, you know, there are a bunch of exempt positions, so they're going to be, believe it or not, there's going to be some competition. And, you know, if I was an enforcement officer and I in License and Consumer, I would want to go to cannabis, get a other little training and get an extra 20,000. So that is what's going to happen, you know, if they qualify. So the cannabis, to get this rollout completed, remember the community is really waiting on this here. It's been a long time, and we got to get it out. So I'm going to go back to licensing and consumer affairs because, what I'm looking at here is your budget, the 4,947,746. It's been decreased substantial. Your division, your department is one of the departments have a big cut. Some had increased, some didn't cut. Yours got a big cut. But I'm looking at your consumer protection fund, and it's a bad trend because in 23 you had 661,482, and now you're projecting less. And also with your new businesses licenses, it's down. It was the prior year, I think 23 was 14,000, then it went down to 8,009, now you're projecting 8,003. New businesses are down. But the applicants, the new applications are also down, and that's very alarming. And I want to read from page 9 of your testimony. And I want you to listen to this carefully because in your testimony, you give the solution, except you're looking at it backwards. And here's what you're saying. However, BNC failed to meet its target for new applications due to the applicant's failure to provide the requirement documentation that deems an application complete. You're saying you failed to meet it because of the applicant's fault. And then you go on to say the delay in processing new applications point to issues in the applicant's end. Again, you're blaming the applicant. But at the end here, you said this could be mitigated by improving applicant guidance and communication and implementing more robust initial review process. That's what you need to do. When the applicants come, you need to do exactly this. Provide more guidance and more review so that the applications can be complete. And your applications, you've given the solution. Except you're looking at it as the applicant's fault. No, it's not the applicant's fault. We want the applicants to get these new licenses. So just have your staff say, listen, if they don't have all the stuff, it is our job to give them the information so that they can get it. You follow me, Mr. Graham? I think you'll be in charge of that. So, okay, good. So now I want to go back now to the 100,000 vendor seed to sale inventory. Ms. Moorhead, I didn't quite understand that. Repeat that again for me.
Sure. Good afternoon. Joanne Moorhead, Office of Cannabis Regulation. The $100,000, there's $100,000 encumbered right now for a contract for an RFP that was issued in November of 2023. The vendor was selected, and we are in contract review process right now. So the contract has not been executed, but the year one cost of that contract, as it is written right now, is $100,000.
Okay, good. So, and Commissioner, so this is what's happening. Your cannabis director is going to your finances person, they want to buy 5 new cars. People going to look at it, wow, they're getting 5 new cars. I hear for 30 years I drive in an old car. How could cannabis be getting 5 new cars? So this is what's going to happen, Commissioner. So you got to let your staff know that, hey, listen, cannabis is another division, but they need more attention. They're no longer a stepchild. They are equal child. Even though they come in adopted, they are equal attention. So the Commissioner is the one that is the key to having the cannabis implemented and roll out on time because it is something the community is looking for. So, we can have a hearing just on cannabis. Just like I'll say with the health commissioner, we can have a hearing just on mental health. As a matter of fact, we had a hearing just on mental health. We can have a hearing just on Medicaid. It's the star now in the license and consumer affairs because, the whole community is looking for this. So, I would recommend that with the new licenses, the new applications, that you go ahead and provide that extra step because, some people ain't good at record keepings, but in the end, it helps us. So I want to question something here now because with the Consumer Protection Fund, the penalties and citation fine, why is it that it's down? Why? Because, we just implemented the new $1,000 fine. If you don't have 3 different sources of collections, you'd figure with that $1,000 fine thing, it'd be a lot more. Why is it less?
Assistant Commissioner?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, DLCA. Senator, let me go back to that section. I believe that what we're looking at is the total collection for the year 2023, fiscal year 2023, was 661,000. The similar date, to the similar date in 2023, as we reported for 2024 year to date, it was $474,077. And then this year, we are already on track at $443,000. We're just shy of maybe about $30,000.
But you're projecting 500,000.
I believe that may be an error.
That's an error?
That may be an error. I'll have to look at that. But
because, you know,
sorry.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to interrupt you. You were finished?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, my time was called. Oh, okay, yes. So real quickly then, let me wrap up. You know, it may be that the business them now know that they're going to get this $1,000 fine and they're now compliant, which would be a good thing. And I'm hoping that's what it is, because in other words, if the business was only accepting cash and they know you won't come wrong and give them a $1,000 fine, now they're doing the check and
1 minute
credit card. So that's probably a good thing. And so that means the law is working great, because we don't want to fine the people. We want the people to be able to accept more forms of cash. So that is probably a good thing. But, you know, in the end, you know, we got to get the business licenses. We have a bad trend where there are less businesses licenses being granted in the territory. So I think this is interesting, and the Office of Management and Budget needs to include these concentrations and considerations when they're projecting the revenues, because if your businesses are down substantially like this, it probably is going to mean that your revenues are going to be down, because there's a drastic drop. New businesses are down
30 seconds.
26%. That's a major number for new businesses to be down 26%. So, okay, so great. So what I would like then is that if you was to give me the new projected number, the corrected number, through the chair. So I'm going to ask through the chair that you give us the new projected number for the Consumer Protection Fund penalties and citations fine.
Time.
Okay, you got that?
Yes.
Yes, through the chair.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. So is there any amounts budgeted for 24-5 under the Consumer Protection Fund? How do you manage those funds? I'm trying to read the law around that.
For 2025 fiscal year.
I guess a better question is, do you currently have access to the funds?
Yes, we do.
How?
Well, the last report we received from Finance indicate, I think we have just slight of $1 million in the Consumer Protection Fund. So it's a revolving fund, and each fiscal year we typically budget $500,000 to $600,000 to spend.
Okay, so you are utilizing those funds now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good.
All right. That fund typically pays our operating expenses. That's not in the general fund. So we are utilizing that fund.
Okay, I'm going to go to the next senator. That's Senator Novalee Francis Jr. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, my colleagues, and good afternoon to Team DLCA and OCR. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to go on record and say it is of utmost importance that we need to ensure that the enforcement officers under the OCR is compensated adequately. And there's a method to that madness, and I believe that the salary that's being offered is reasonable, and in my opinion may even be on the low side. And we need to be extremely consistent with ensuring that we're attracting and employing the best candidates for those positions. Our industry really relies and depends upon that. So I'm very much in support of the salary that's being offered at this point on that. And there's no real comparison of those individuals with the the regular officers, their duties and responsibilities, the training that's required, as well as equipment. The time that they have to work would be significantly different from our regular officers on a daily basis, whether it's the LCA or even the Virgin Islands Police Department. In regards to Commissioner Hodge, in respect to your revenues that you have collected thus far this year, how does that compare to the same time last year?
Pulling it up, Senator.
And while you pull that up, let me just go ahead and ask another question so that my time don't run. In respect to, when I look at the number of license, business license on St. Thomas versus the St. Croix, it's almost 2 to 1. How do you reconcile that, or what's happening in that space? We just have a lot more interest in the St. Thomas district, or is there something that's occurring on the St. Croix district that we're not seeing the level of numbers here in the St. Croix district? Have you been able to glean what's happening in that space?
Hodge, okay. Director Graham?
Good. Yes. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. That is, I think, traditionally and historically, the numbers on St. Thomas has always been just about that, about 50% to 40 to 50% higher on St. Thomas. So those numbers are consistent trend throughout the years.
Understood. I was just wondering if there was anything, any deep analysis determine, what is the traction? We have a lot more entrepreneurship on St. Thomas versus St. Croix. Have you been able to just glean any particular trend that have allowed that to exist?
I'm not able to respond to that now, but we can look at that and address that at a later time to the chair, Senator.
Very well, thank you. I think it's important that we understand, what's happening in that dynamic. In regards to vendors payment, Commissioner, how much do you owe in aggregate for vendors payment at this time?
I want to say $360,000, approximately.
And what are you doing in order to get those vendors paid up? Is this, as we have seen in other agencies, that you're just awaiting the funding from the Department of Finance to pay these vendors?
Yes, Senator. Everything has been inputted and is just pending payment through the ERP from the Department of Finance.
Okay. Do you have an impress fund?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an impress fund assigned to DLCA?
No, Senator.
Where you're able to make emergency purchases or anything like that? No checking account?
No, Senator.
Have you received any additional monies? I know that you mentioned in your testimony you don't receive federal monies, but have you gotten any additional money through ARPA, through the Office of Insular Affairs, or any other philanthropy, or any other revenues that come into your coffers?
Fredericks? Senator, Director Fredericks, can you repeat that question, please?
The question once again is, do you receive any additional revenues or monies coming to your coffers from either ARPA, the Office of Insular Affairs, philanthropy, any other funding that come in outside of the funding that you get from the local government?
No,
I know
Senator.
The Commissioner
No.
mentioned that you federal.
I'm sorry, Senator. No, we don't.
Okay, thank you.
1 minute.
In regard, real quickly, in regards to the alcohol unit, I saw that you reported that so far this year you have seen 12,408,699 gallons of alcohol produced thus far. how does that compare to the same time period last year?
Director Graham, you have the information?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator, that last year's comparison, I don't have it on hand, but certainly will provide it.
Okay, can I ask in the future if you could at least, again, I think the comparison will be important for us, the trend we know of the importance of that
30 seconds.
We'd like for you to report that in the future. Tell me, Commissioner, I don't see anything in terms of capital project earmarked for FY 2025. You don't have any capital projects that you intend to undertake in 25?
Senator, I don't know if it's considered capital. We do have one disaster recovery project that we're waiting for, and that's the only thing we have pending that has to do with the destruction of one of our smaller units at the Department of Public Works.
Okay. And in my final seconds that's remaining, can you speak to how are you utilizing technology and the digital transformation that we hear everybody talking about? How are you utilizing technology to improve your services and create greater efficiency, especially as you have limited manpower in certain areas?
That's a great question, Senator. We use digital technology for everything. For our document management currently, our online system, our database, everything is through digital technology. So we use it 100%.
Thank you. And my final question, and you can answer in the Madam Chair's time if you allow it. Former Commissioner of DLCA, Evangelista, had mentioned that there was some noise meters ordered by DLCA. Is that, have you received those, or is that something that is still in process?
Francis, Director of Enforcement, CA. The noise meters were requested through an LEPC grant. We have not had that grant awarded to us yet, and if I understood correctly, the noise meters, the initial set of noise meters were coming from the Virgin Islands Police Department, but we did request our own.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I have an answer to Senator Francis's question regarding the revenues.
You may respond.
Senator Francis, last year we collected $3,085,417.12 for the same period, which is fiscal year to June 30th. And this year we collect $3,131,889.17.
And be specific, what is that tied to again?
The general fund revenue collection on license fees.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are you satisfied with that response, Senator Francis Jr.?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's apparent that they're in line to, I guess, receive the same amount of revenues this fiscal year. Thank you.
All right. So is that because the question, I think my colleague brought it up earlier, so we are seeing a downsizing of licenses,
but an
we're
increase in the revenue.
Is that because people are now filing their business license late and you're having to charge fees?
Could very well be, and the initiative with collections on the delinquencies as well.
Okay. And when was the last time we increased our fees for license? It says
2003.
That's how much years ago? 20 years ago? 21 years?
21.
So the responsibility to increase fees is on the legislature or on the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
No, I think it's on the legislature side.
It is or it's not?
It is.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm not implying at all that fees need to be increased, but I just want to know, have you looked at it to make a determination as to whether or not the fees are in line with the consumer price index?
We
where
have.
things are going?
I'm sorry, Senator.
Yeah, it is in line with.
No, we actually have a push to increase our license, a request to increase our license fees by another 30? Another 30%. In 2003, we increased it by 30%.
And that's because we haven't done it in so many years.
Yes.
But see, that's a challenge. So when we increase by such a large percentage, if we do incremental increases, it's more palatable.
Exactly.
So I remember we had, I can't remember what agency it was, but we kind of took that responsibility off of the legislature and gave it back to the agencies. Because as legislators, you're not really paying attention to fees. The agency that's doing the work every day, that's the agency that should be focused on whether or not they should be saying, they should be the ones looking at the fees and determining whether or not the fees are appropriate for that particular time and having their necessary meetings and whatever it is, their town halls, whatever it is, to begin to talk about the increases. Leaving it up to the Senate is, so we need to look at the law.
So I can look at that and do an amendment request?
Yeah, we need to look at the law to determine whether or not, to determine what's in the law and whether or not it's working for us, because some of our laws are archaic and so we really need to make the necessary adjustments to them. I'm going to go to Senator Capehart. But after I go to Senator Capehart, I have to drill down some more inside of these numbers because we haven't gotten to that yet. So Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the Virgin Islands, to the DLCA team. I just wanted to ask on page 5, I wanted to find out with the other departments that is involved in that electronic approval, which is based on the approval for the license from organization, departments like DPNR, fire, health. Are you still with these departments involved in the licensing? Is this like a hindrance? Is it a long period of time before these departments give their response to these licensing, or it's done on a reasonable time?
Good afternoon, Senator. Hodge, Commissioner of the LCA. It's done in a reasonable time, especially since the passage of the 10 days issuance. So what we do now is we collect the information and for the most part, the license may be issued within the 10 days, and we go back to the other agencies that we need the recommendations for by renewal, or I guess within 60 days, the licensing officer. So the licensing officers is now doing it on the back end.
So I'm sorry, because when you started to give an explanation, you were quiet over here for a second. So, Madam Chair, it was a delay. I couldn't hear. So you're saying that
within 60 days, we collect the approval within 60 days. But it doesn't hinder the issuance of the license, because once we receive at least the name and the lease agreement from the applicant, the license can be issued within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned on page 6 that you had a decrease in activity for a 3% decrease of businesses, and your I wanted to find out, when businesses close, do they give you a reason for closing, or they just close and there's nothing said after that?
Some do and some don't.
Okay. On page 9, where you have boards and commissions, is there a budget to manage these boards?
Outside from the department budget, no, Senator.
Okay. Is the occupational therapy and audiology and speech pathology boards under your purview or Department of Health?
That's Department of Health, Senator.
Okay, great. You mentioned on page 9 that the BNC failed to meet its target for new applicants due to the applicant's failure to provide the required documentation. Can you just expound on that? Because we want to hear what you are doing as it pertains to making sure that there's accurate information and a process for these boards and commissions.
Sure, Senator. So what happens there is they would apply and the staff will communicate whether via phone, send the emails to the applicant. We're in receipt of your application, however, it's still pending, whatever it's pending. And sometimes a transcript may take, may take longer to get from the states here. So transcripts aren't received timely, and this all has to do with meeting our KPIs of 30 days. So these boards and commissions go before a board. Board meetings are scheduled monthly, so they may miss that board meeting and would have to wait for the subsequent month's meeting. That is where the challenge is. We will communicate, but not all documentation is received timely.
Okay. Right under that board and commissions, what is PSI? Because I was looking for I just see the acronym, but I don't see what it is for.
That's
What's
just
a
their
PSI?
name. It doesn't stand for anything. That's just the name of the test vendor.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity to look at the post analysis?
Yes,
because
Senator.
on page 13 of the post audit report, you have contracts and professional services. Palm Beach County, 164,000, and FiberNet. Can you tell us what those two vendors do?
Palm Beach County is our website host and the online system. And because we don't have an internal, we don't have an IT person, FiberNet provides whatever IT, technology, guidance, anything, support the agency needs.
Madam Chair, if I can just conclude on that.
You may.
So you don't have an IT person. Are you putting in this budget to hire IT persons for licensing and consumer affairs?
No, Senator, not within this budget.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have another question, Senator? You may proceed if you wish.
At this time, no, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I was looking at your alcohol license category. So in total, you have 300, that's 4, 5, almost 6, right at 600 types of total license distributions per island under the tavern, under the alcohol license categories. And you're saying that, so how many enforcement officers are you do you have? Do you have like shift work that you're doing for your enforcement officers? Or
No, Senator, not this fiscal year.
So how do they work?
Enforcement officers, 8 to 5.
But the club them don't open till night?
We understand that, and that's why we're asking for the 50,000 for overtime and nighttime differential. And if we have additional personnel, we can have shift work.
So let me make sure I make a note of this. So you do not have the ability for overtime in your current budget?
No.
And you do not have funding for night differential?
No, Senator.
Okay. So what you're going to need to do to forward to this committee is the breakdown of your projected night differential as well as your projected overtime costs. So right now we have no enforcement occurring at our, let's just use taverns. That's an accurate statement?
Yes, Senator.
And what prevents us from staggering their hours as we speak?
Just the night differential. Currently, the current budget, in fiscal year 25, I think they allocated 36,000. I was asking for 50. But this fiscal year, there was no monies in overtime, so.
It was always like that?
Yeah, for a long time. There was 1 year, not last fiscal year, the 2023, we finally received 25,000 in overtime, and that was the first time, and you know I've been with the agency for 25 years. So the first time in 23 years, we received overtime pay.
So what about your vacancies, though? You have vacancies that you carry from year to year, so you would have had savings in that category.
Yeah, what the Division of Enforcement were doing is when they're out with VIPD and if they partner with another agency, they would then do some of our work while on task force.
So we don't have a structure in place currently as it relates to
overtime for enforcement, no, Senator.
No, not overtime, but enforcement of enforcement officers going out after hours to do enforcement related work.
Yeah,
No.
we contemplated with shift work, and Director Francis can speak more on that, but we contemplated with shift work, and we've done some of that, but again, it just hasn't been consistent. Director Francis?
Yes. Good afternoon. Director Francis. With regards to the overtime and the shift work, as Commissioner Hodge mentioned, whenever our guys are out with VIPD, one of the things that we do have them do is cover down on some of the departmental duties, basically within the areas that they're working, alongside PD, number one. Number two, also another thing to take into consideration is that can't just send just one officer out to work by themselves. So, I mean, it's a safety thing. We have to make sure that we have at least two. And that, for the most part, has been one of those things that limit us, only because scheduling and being able to make that work and still fit within the whole funding constraints that has presented itself to remain relevant in this situation.
All right, so I'll just say that I'm a little taken aback by this discussion. It just seems to me that, we submit a budget. There are certain things that are important to us, should be rather, important to us in the territory as we do our work. So why would we have a budget coming down to us that does not accommodate these types of responsibilities that are very critical us, one, generating revenues. I mean, do you consider your agency a revenue generator?
Definitely, sir.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So you have a revenue generating agency, and then you have this information that comes down in this budget. Just sometimes to me, just doesn't have any. We're not sure what the focused agenda is of what we're trying to achieve. It makes it very difficult, and we should not be the entity, or the legislation should not be determining what the executive branch focus should be. So that makes it hard. So and I can go to the next senator, but under personnel, I see that there's a reduction of $49,000. Did you see that? So your budget this year is 2.958, and your recommendation is 2.909, which is $49,000 difference. You saw that? If you look at the post-audit report, you'll see. So based on the recommendation that came down in the budget book, based on our appropriation levels of FYE 24, your personnel services category was 2.9 million, 2,958,994. This year, OMB's recommendation, or the executive budget that came down, the recommendation for your salaries is 2.909531, which is a 2% less than fiscal year 2024. And similarly so for the associated fringe benefits, 1.432, 167, as opposed to, and this fiscal year, this 2025 is 1,355,000, which is a difference of 76,570,000, which is a 5% reduction in your fringe. And then your supplies is 2024. I'll make sure I'm looking at the budget numbers, the budget bill. 29,600, and this year the recommendation is $7,000, which has a difference of 22,600. And your other services, however, was increased by 22,929, which is a 7% increase. But you have a 76% decrease in your supplies, and then your utility remains the same of 81,000. So we're going to need to get from you what is your actual, I think somebody asked already,
Right.
your actual utility expenses. So did you see the reduction in your budget of 125,704, 3% reduction overall?
Yes, Senator. I think that had to do with when OMB did not include OCR for fiscal year 2025.
Okay, no.
They were
so
on.
OCR's number was separate and apart. That was a separate line item in our fiscal year 24 budget of 500 and I want to say 19 or something $1,000.
516, 250.
516.
Right.
So so that was the other thing I was getting at, that the OCR personnel and fringe, there is $0 budgeted for OCR.
Right.
So so we're trying to understand what is the messaging that's coming through this executive budget. The ask was that we passed the cannabis legislation. We did. We were waiting for the rules and regs. We see in the rules and regs, we have a new cannabis OCR director, but we see a zero budget. We are confused. We are not understanding what we're seeing coming on in this budget. So if we were to say, of course, we have the responsibility to scrub the numbers, but if we were to say, you know what, we're good with everything, then you don't have a job.
Right.
I tell anybody. Senator James, Madam James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. I'm sorry. No, it's not your turn. I'm going to get in trouble. It's actually Senator Joseph.
Okay,
Senator
no
Joseph,
problem.
you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm sitting next to you. But you know, it's love always. I want to say a pleasant good day to our people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Chair, and of course the hardworking people at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. I'm looking forward to having you before me and my committee, just giving you some time to just see an appreciation of your first budget hearing, and we'll take it from there. So I wanted to ask you some questions, and just to follow up on a question that Madam Chair asked you regarding the Consumer Protection Fund. You indicated that you use the fund to cover costs not covered in the general fund, your general fund budget. What are those costs? If you could give me an idea, those expenses that you use the Consumer Protection Fund to cover. What are the expenses that you typically use that fund to cover?
Sure, Senator. Supplies, professional services. What do you want to say? I'll have Director Fredericks complete the charges.
Yes, good afternoon. The 500,000, Lorraine Fredericks, Director, the 500,000 covers most of our operating expenses, including our supplies and other professional services that we utilize.
Okay, kindly indicate to us what type of professional services that you use, because we do have some professional services here in the post-audit report, but what type of professional services this fund is used to cover?
Some of those, Lorraine Fredericks, some of them consist of our cleaning, our janitorial services. Others consist of our exterminating services.
Okay, and your fiber net?
Yes.
So you use that to cover all of these expenses. Let me see, on page 13 of 19 in the post audit, is how much of these professional services is that account, that fund is used to cover specifically?
Okay, Lorraine Fredericks, Oliver Exterminating, Virgin Islands Cleaning Services, Prosperity Cleaning Services, Export Exterminating, and FiberNet.
Okay, all right. And you have ready access to this fund, right? You have access to this fund. Okay, and then I looked, and I want to thank you because this is one of the few times I see this. Post-audit normally gets it when they make the call, but I know you have a revenue projection of about 14 million that you are anticipating that you're going to bring in, Commissioner, in revenues.
How much is that?
Well, I'm looking at these additional documents that you had supplied us with. Okay, and it says fiscal year here we go. Fiscal year 2025 revenue budget. I mean, I could be wrong, but it says all of these types of licensing that you anticipate. It says here departmental service, liquor licenses, how much entertainment license, and then how much you anticipate to bring in. And it says fiscal year 2024 projections.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's the amount, this bottom line is how much your department plan to bring in revenues?
No way.
And what was the number? The 14,000?
It doesn't look like 14,000 to me.
The 14 million?
Yes.
Honestly, we don't know what it, well, I'll have to get back and verify this number. I'm not sure where this number came from.
Yeah, because that's what got me a little, unclear on what this is referring to, because it says fiscal year 2025 revenue budget. And it has your, and I especially like the entertainment licenses. That how much does it cost for a person to receive an entertainment license?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. There are several, under this charge code or revenue sector, there are several business licenses that we issue and that indicate as entertainment. So nightclub, you have entertainer, you may have cabaret, and so, yeah.
Okay, so it's certain types
Types
of
of-
services that are rolled
correct.
up into entertainment. I thought it was just one type of service.
And Senator, as the Commissioner indicated, I just want to reiterate that there is an inconsistency in that projection. That is actually way off.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I thought so too myself. So I looked through the documents quickly. I'm a quick read, and I'm like, 14 million? I didn't know they were generating all of that money. Okay, good. I'm glad to see that that was clarified for us. Now, I had a really
30
pressing
seconds.
question. This is relative to your citations that you issued. I think we mentioned that already. You issue a number of citations, right? And the amount I came up with was $135,045 in citation, rounded about there. When you issue, that's the value of the citation. How much of that money you to collect?
Time.
Madam Chair, I just want to find out how much money did it collected?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner. There is a very, well, let me put it this way. We do collect, I believe initially we collect somewhere in the area of about 10% of those original or initial citation values. As was given in the testimony, we have implemented work with our legal division to send out notices for collection, and we are seeing relatively good returns on the activity that we have been doing thus far.
Okay, and how much is that return you're seeing?
So right now
You
we've
said typically is 10%. How much?
it's about 10% in initial, and when we use our enforcement and or our legal process, we're seeing upwards of about 30 to 40% on the initial, just the sending out of the notices. And then we anticipate that once they come in for hearings, that we should be able to collect a significant portion of that.
Okay, and so through the chair, just send us the amount you have collected. I don't want to see the citations. I just need to know the full amount of citations that you have issued and the amount you have collected, because it is an enforcement issue that we have a lack thereof in our government, really. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
May I, Madam Chair? All right, so in the testimony on page, yeah, it's, okay. We will send it through the chair.
Thank you for your responses. So let me ask, right now, the Board of Contractors, Trades and Crafts, my colleague to my right asked the question earlier. So the board's complement should be 9, it's currently 4.
Yes, Senator.
So you have 5 vacancies.
Yes, Senator.
So it means that our board does not have a quorum?
That's exactly what it means, Senator.
So are there any provisions in Title 27, Chapter 10, that says that in the event there's not a quorum, that the Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs will make up that quorum?
Yes, Senator.
Oh,
the commissioner is the board. The commissioner that lacked the expertise is the board.
Right now you are the board then?
Yes, Senator.
So what's happening with this, the licensing of these individuals? And the reason why I ask the question is we are in the middle of our recovery, and this is definitely tied to our success with our recovery to ensure that these contractors take the necessary tests and go through the whole process to become, what is it, certified?
Yes, certified and licensed.
And licensed, so what's going on with that? Because we do get calls to our office with regards to this not moving.
Well, so though the statute speaks that in the absence of a quorum, the commissioner is the board members that's named, Julio King, Lenny Ferrante, Julio King,
you have to name the
Larry
the names.
Richards, Mr. Anthony, myself, and Lenny Ferrante, we still meet. We meet monthly and we go through the applications. When it comes to complaints, they weigh in and, give their expert knowledge and assist in determination. But we meet, again, it's just that I'm the board chair, I'm the board, because there is no quorum.
So is there a conversation with the Office of the Governor to at least send one name down here so we could get a quorum?
Yes, I have a young lady that I'm working with her to get, because I'm trying to get some females on the professional trades as well. And there's one young lady we're working on her application to get it through.
Okay, and then moving along, consumer protection. I see that from October 23 to 24, you've collected $51,000, $52,000 in violations, but I don't see any violations in the Island District of St. Croix. That says zero. Consumer protection, St. Croix. Oh, is it a typo? Maybe a typo.
Matthew Paget, Director of Consumer Affairs.
Yeah.
It should indicate 0 for St. Thomas, and we are operating with one consumer protection officer in that district for that reporting period.
So
and we share a vehicle between 3 staff.
So what is that 8,500?
8,500 is for St. Croix, I believe.
Yeah, which one is it?
Yeah, the 8,500 is for St. Croix. The 0 should have been.
So that's
St.
the error.
Yeah.
So it should say Consumer Protection St. Croix 8,500 and St. Thomas 0. So why you said St. Thomas is 0?
We had one person in that position for that reporting period that also handles all the consumer complaints and the market basket surveys, and we were sharing a vehicle with the Weights and Measures Division.
So have that been addressed? Has that been
Yes,
addressed?
we just had that position filled.
And you have a vehicle?
We still have shared vehicles, Senator.
So how many vehicles do you need?
I think
And that's for walk, not for joy.
Okay. Oh, no, for work. I want to say one per district. I will have to check with Director Paget because on St. Croix we don't have the truck. So we may need a truck. His team needs a truck to traverse with the scales and the weights.
Okay. Please send back to the committee through the chair the amount of vehicles that you need with a proper justification as per division. Okay?
Yes, Senator, thank you.
I know the senator is waiting for you, but you had a lot of stuff in here that just jump out at us. And all of these penalties that we're seeing, you have penalties under enforcement division, the St. John coordinator inspection, St. Croix. Are you collecting these funds?
Yes, Senator.
So these are being collected?
Yeah, and if not through the notices, then it goes to hearing.
Okay. Senator James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. And good afternoon to my colleagues. I just have a few questions. The first one has to do with the relationship between IRB and the LCA with respect to the notices of intent to revoke license. I saw that you send out the notice and you give them 10 days to contact IRB. I mean, I think I'm reading it correctly. For payment plan. And then you revoked, to date, you revoked 6 business licenses of the ones that you received, but the latest list from IRB includes 131 businesses. How soon after receiving the list from IRB do you send out the notices? That's a lot of work. And I'm just wondering about your capacity to do all that work, because it's connected obviously to IRB getting taxes, which then we need for the general fund. So can you explain or clarify a little bit about that process?
Sure, Senator. Good afternoon. It is a lot of work, but I'll have General Counsel Vaval address you with her response.
Good afternoon, Senator. Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, DLCA. That's a very good question, because we initially we were going to do 10 of the businesses at a time, and then we were requested to do all of them, do as much as possible, basically do all of them. And we realized that it's a lot more work than the staff that we had. So fortunately for us, we have a summer intern, so she was able to assist in getting the information from the LGO office with respect to the resident agents and the correct business address for the individuals that are on that list. We have the spreadsheet put together, and now we're about to start drafting the letters.
Who conducts or performs the service of process? That's done in-house by in-house enforcement?
Yes, Senator.
So that means then the coordination between both. I'm a little concerned about that, because 131 businesses owing taxes and penalties and interest. That's a big number for a small place like this. Do they ever provide you with the amount of taxes, penalties, and interest so that you know the total amount of money that we have out there that's due to the government of the VI?
Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel. No, they do not. They're prohibited from provided the amount that's owed by these businesses.
Okay, thank you. And you may also be the person to answer this other question too. On the page that talks about the enforcement division, it says that the legal division is scheduling hearings for the remaining $96,750 that's due for citations that totaled $134,550. But then further in that paragraph, there is a statement that most businesses settle their obligations before the hearing date. Are you referring to the remaining $96,750 or the amount that was paid before? I'm trying to understand if people are responsive, because we seem to, as a government, we're having a hard time with collections and making sure people are paid what's due. So are you scheduling hearings for the $96,750?
Yes, Senator. Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. And when we first initiated this process, we realized that the businesses are in fact responsive. and it was only one that, and well, most of them paid what was owed when
1 minute.
once they received notices. One went on a payment plan, so we expect that to continue. But yes, we have dates for, we have already scheduled dates, notices are going out, and we're waiting for their response.
Thank you. The one thing we do want is for people to pay, to collect money really from business license fees and not necessarily from violations. That's not a good look for us as a community. But I noticed that with weights and measures,
30 seconds.
St. Croix has, I don't know how many business, no, we do know that we have 4,335 business license on St. Thomas, St. John, and 2,991 on St. Croix. But somehow St. Croix is paying a lot more in terms of weights and measures. And I don't even know how to put this. I'm just hoping that, St. Croix, on St. Croix, is it that
time?
Let me ask it like this. Is it that on St. Croix the enforcement is greater than on St. Thomas? Or what's going on? And, I see the Division of Enforcement conducts over 300 compliance checks per month. And I'm trying to figure out what's going on with, given the number of businesses on each island, what's happening with the collections of violations.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Matthew Padgett. Matthew Padgett, Director of Consumer Affairs. In short, the number of businesses is significantly more. The staffing is the same. So we have 2 inspectors that conduct those inspections per district. They can only do the same amount of work as 2 inspectors, whether we have 100 businesses or 1,000. And then you mentioned enforcement. I also want to put on the record that the enforcement division doesn't enforce weights and measures, violation penalties, or consumer protection penalties to an extent. And then the reporting period, fiscal year, starting October through April, we were dealing with the same issues with the vehicles on St. Thomas. So we were carpooling 3 employees with 1 vehicle for the majority of that reporting period.
Madam Chair, may I just follow up on that one
Certainly.
point?
For sure, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But yeah, I understand the difference between both, and I was actually pointing out, I didn't want to say to productivity, but I'm going to let that go and go back to if you have more businesses on St. Thomas, which you do, business license issued, you would need more inspectors on St. Thomas then, because at a certain point there will be a number of businesses, or you won't be able to enforce as at the degree or the percentage that St. Croix is. It would seem to me if I'm a violator, it's better to have a business on St. Thomas. Quite frankly, if I know that the enforcement capability is not there, so my recommendation is or to the commissioner really, you need to have a greater number where there's a greater need to enforce to protect the public, which would be on the island of St. Thomas. I'd like to get your opinion on that or your response.
Good afternoon, Senator. Absolutely, and I agree with you. I just think you're confusing the weights of measures with enforcement. My ask is for more enforcement on the St. Thomas St. John district, whereas for weights and measures, my ask is 1 per island. So that'll be 2 for that division and 3 for the enforcement.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. So we gotta go to Cannabis, Oceano. I don't know if anybody have any questions, burning questions around OCR or any other questions, but So OCR received under Act number 86, I missed one number, 86 something. What it is?
80.
8680. Under 8680, $1 million. And based on your testimony or your report, there is $799,000 left in the account as of this reporting. It's in your testimony on your pages are not numbered, but it's under the appropriation section, $799. The question that I have is, because we are at the stage where we can't keep looking at OCR in a fragmented manner. The rules and regulations are up, so things are moving along. So it's time for us to establish an actual budget for the Office of Cannabis Regulation. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, speak in the mic.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I absolutely agree.
Okay, so we need to find out from you. This is a through the chair request, and I go make my notes because my assistant left, so I gotta make my note as I see it. Oh Lord. What do you project that you will expend of that balance of $799 for fiscal year 2024? Or is that money available to you as we speak?
Good afternoon again. Joanne Moorhead, Office of Cannabis Regulation. Yes, that money is available until expended. And for the balance of fiscal year 24, I'm trying to increase personnel using the remainder of whatever I can use from the appropriation from DLCA. And if we can't get those through before the end of the fiscal year, then we will be using the money from that balance out of
Okay.
Act 8680.
Okay, so this is the issue.
Yeah.
Of the 516 or the 519, how many personnel do we have against that now?
One.
And what is that
Well,
amount?
mine, and then I have some paperwork pending. Just waiting on approval for that.
So the 519 included how many positions?
Good afternoon. Senator Lorraine Fredericks, that included, I believe it was 6 persons.
Okay, so 6 positions.
Yes.
So this is what we need. We need a clear FY 2024 budget for the Office of OCR. Okay? Because what we're going to do is this 8680. We need a clear budget for the Office of OCR for 2025, for FY 2025. And we need to know, you have to report back to the committee what expenses you plan to, what obligations you plan to place against the 799. Because we are at the place where this money that's available until expended, whatever is left, we need to repeal it, and we need to give you a clear budget. So we don't have, it doesn't seem as fragmented as it does. And one of my strong recommendations to you is you should go ahead and procure your vehicles for your enforcement folks in this fiscal year. Okay? You also have 8363, 250,000 for software.
Software.
And you've expended that, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's going to go away. And then you have 500,000 for, let's say, excise and consumption fees. That's a loan or something?
Correct.
So help me to...
That was Act 8167, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
And that was $500,000 loan. But it...
Loan to who? Loan to OCR, so
Correct.
you gotta pay it back when you generate revenues, that's what he's saying?
Presumably.
Okay.
It doesn't say that specifically, but presumably.
Okay, so you spent 288,000 of that, so you have 211. So what did you spend that 288 on? Colleagues on St. Croix, we're hearing you. Not sure what's going on with the mics.
Yeah.
My sonographer is giving me the eye.
Madam Chair, the $288,000 expended out of that $500,000 was primarily personnel costs and travel in 2022 and some other operational expenses. I can
We
provide,
need to
I
go
can provide a
back.
breakdown for you if you'd like. I can
Please,
send that to you.
we need a breakdown of all of these expenditures. I think the software is a straightforward one. We need a breakdown of what you've expended thus far from the million and from this 500,000. And we need to look at the law to see whether or not, I don't think that we could put personnel against this. I don't know. This 500,000, was it appropriate for personnel to be charged against it?
If I recall that, I can, no, I'll pull it up, hold on.
Let me see what my notes say on this. It's a loan, the 500,000 is a loan to set up program to collect excise and consumption fees on cultivation of medicinal cannabis and consumption fee on the sale of medical cannabis. So I don't know that salaries were connected to this, but I may be wrong. So we need to get the reporting on all of this, because at this fiscal year is when we need to, if we're going to be get serious about the implementation of cannabis, it's time for us to lay out the budget. It was never our intent, I believe, to utilize more money than we were initially started out with, which is 1.750. I think you mentioned something about that 12,849. I don't know what it was.
Just the,
In the mic.
sorry, good afternoon. I just wanted to also, in the Act 8167, I'm not sure where you were reading that from. It says, that upon passage of this chapter, the OCR shall receive a loan in the amount of $500,000 from the general fund in order to pay the startup costs of the program.
Okay.
Which
would
loan
make
must
sense.
be repaid, but at least then I think the personnel costs should be allowable.
Okay.
Startup costs.
So we'll look at it, but just send the expenses.
Will do.
Because I think we are at the stage where any operational, anything that was passed for operations, we are past that. We need to establish a true budget. And I started to say that I know that it was never the intent for us to continue to fund this from our, whether it be a tourism revolving fund or a general fund, but it is what it is. We're where we are. So we need to at least use this upcoming 25 year to budget and then ensure that you are in a position to begin to receive the necessary revenues to be self-sustaining. That's what this is about. Okay, so we're going to have to get that information back from you. You good? Colleagues on St. Croix, do you have anybody has a follow-up question they would like to ask? Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask Executive Director Moorhead whether or not she have access to the ERP at this time.
Good afternoon, Senator Francis. Joanne Moorhead, Office of Cannabis Regulation. I do not have access to that at this time.
Say why?
That was a wild card. That was a wild card. question because I see that you have all this pending funding and your ability to do all of the things that you're expecting to do during this period of time. As a former commissioner, I know the importance of having access to an ERP. So that was a wild card, and I understand. Okay.
Senator, if I may?
In respect, go ahead.
Sorry. In the meantime, I do have access to, and obviously the assistance of the DLCA, and so the DLCA Business Office, Director Fredericks and Ms.
How long
Seals,
have you been on the job? How long have you been on the job?
since May 20th, sir.
Okay. Over 60 days,
Almost.
correct?
Almost.
Okay. There's no reason why you should not have access to the ERP at this time. In regards to how much funding do you have available or set aside for marketing and public education?
At this point, I have earmarked approximately $20,000 for public outreach and education. That includes, I don't have estimates to give you firm numbers, but that's my estimated budget right now, and that includes printed materials as well as utilizing online resources, whatever we can, free.
Have you been able to expend any of that $20,000 thus far?
No, not as yet.
Okay. In your plan as well as your budget, how much money is set aside for rehabilitation and treatment?
Currently, Senator, I don't have anything earmarked in the budget for rehabilitation and treatment at this point.
Very well. Thank you very much. Obviously, one of the biggest concern I had when we were contemplating this whole, cannabis issue was to make sure that we're working lockstep and in terms of all of the measures that we wanted to put in place to allow for the operation of the cannabis is that we wanted to ensure that equally that we would be working on the side of rehabilitation and treatment because we know how this can get if we're not having that kind of mechanism in place. So please take this back to the board, the council. I think it's important that we're moving in this direction, working parallel with making sure that we're equally ensuring that there is some mechanism for rehabilitation and treatment.
Senator
You can respond.
Oh, Senator Francis? No.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Francis, sorry.
Recognize the mic.
Thank you. I would like to assure you.
We can't hear you.
No.
Please either turn up the mic or recognize the mic. We're having a hard time hearing. Try it again.
Good afternoon again.
Nah. Oh boy.
I can hear you on this end. I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead then.
Senator Francis, thank you for that. I'd like to assure you that that is an important aspect for the office the office as well. And I do believe that Act 8680, once the office begins to generate revenue, there's a portion of the funds that go into the cannabis fund that are specifically earmarked for rehabilitation and treatment services. So I think right now the focus is just getting the office working and getting the machinery in place so that we can generate funds to absolutely offer those services because it is important. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Senator Francis.
Very much. Thank you.
So yes, you're absolutely correct. The legislation does have a percentage of the revenues generated once we begin to see revenues that's set aside for that specific purpose. That goes, I think, to the Department of Health. Okay. So in your testimony, I spoke about the proposed expenses of 2025. You do have it. What I would like for you to do is just send it back. I need it on a spreadsheet so we can use it. You have it embedded in your testimony. So once you send it back, that should be sufficient, okay? So we're about to wrap up. So let me just ask, through the chair, there were several through the chair requests. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs is to provide the committee with a breakdown of the current WAPA bills for this fiscal year and the projected costs out to the end of the fiscal year, so we can see what the actual associated cost is, so you can budget appropriately. You are to provide us with the projected overtime as well as projected night differential for your enforcement officers, and provide us with the amount of vehicles you need per district for enforcement proper. And then,
Senator, one more. The 2025 revenue budget that Senator Joseph pointed out that was incorrect, we have to send you the corrected one.
okay, and the 2025 revenue budget.
Amendment, right.
Budget amendment, fine. And that's for what? The Consumer Protection Fund? What fund is that for?
No, that was the revenue to the back where.
Okay, yes.
One of the supplementals, it rated 14 mil, and yeah.
Got it. And then we already have the breakdown embedded in the for OCR, but we need to get it lifted so we can use the document, so we can establish or create a actual division of OCR within the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I don't have anything
Do you still
else.
need the OCR's listing of expenditures to date that we?
The spreadsheet.
The spreadsheet?
Yes, and that, of course, yes. And that the expenditures to date in the various categories. So it's 3 sets of acts.
We have
So
that.
the breakdown of all those expenditures in those acts. Because we are at the point where we need to be creating an actual budget and not spending from these little pieces of funds that's available. And then at that point, we will repeal particularly 8680 with whatever balance is left in it. So we could move on. Okay. Commissioner and Executive Director, we're going to give both of you a 30-second close, and we're going to start with you, Commissioner Hodge.
Good afternoon again, Senator Donna Gregory, and the committee members present and not present, legislative staff, the LCA team. On behalf of the LCA, we just want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to defend our budget and for whatever supplemental monies and additional costs you will be sending our way. I was remiss in thanking my OMB analyst at the time at my introduction. I want to do that now. And once again, I just want to say thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
All right. Ms. Moorhead?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to this committee, members, fellow members of the legislature, and the listening audience. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the many suggestions and for keeping us on our toes and making sure that we do right by the Office of Cannabis Regulations for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, and I must say, I really believe that you're well on your way. We just need to set up the necessary budget to facilitate the progress. So thank you again, and thank you to your team for being here this afternoon. And I guess I'm the only one left here, huh? No. Senator Francis Jr. is always here in the paint with me. So the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance, I want to thank all of the central staff, all of the staff for the work that they did today, my staff, the post audit, etc. Can't do it without them. So the Committee of Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of today, July 11, is hereby adjourned.